on innovations in sustainable natural resource management at the Vice Chancellor's Conference. This is the fourth technical session of this conference, and this is on sustainable climate resilient practices. To chair this session, we have amongst us Dr. B.S. Trivedi, Member Agricultural Scientist Recruitment Board, New Delhi, and the key speaker, keynote speaker is Dr. V.K. Singh, Director, Central Research Institute for Dairy Agriculture, Hyderabad. And the session will be co-chaired by Dr. B.C. Deka, Vice Chancellor of Assam Agricultural University, Jorhat. And then we have also 5 panelists to make a short presentation. And our own Vice Chancellor, Dr. K. Singh, and very few Vice Chancellors of different agricultural universities, my own colleagues. So first of all, we take this privilege of welcoming our chairman, Dr. B.S. Trivedi. I request I also request Dr. Chaturvedi, Dean Agriculture, to present a bouquet to Dr. B.C. Deka, the co-chair of the session. And also I request Dr. Chaturvedi to present a bouquet to Dr. V.K. Singh, Director Krida, the keynote speaker of today's session. With this, now I hand over the mic to the chair, Dr. B.S. Trivedi, to conduct the proceedings of the session further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sama. The climate resilient practices. We all know that water, climate, in fact, when we say one has been chosen for this session, he is leading MICRA, which is a climate resilient national initiative from Asia, and I think Dr. V.K. Singh, the keynote speaker, will make a really will highlight the points which are current innovations and what are the ways how we can move further, and what are the limitations also, so as to really find out the future avenues of research in this area. There are 5 panelists listed in this session. Dr. Sharma is here, Dr. Dobia is here, Dr. P.L. Patil, Vice Chancellor of US Dharwad is here, and Dr. Indira, I am told that Indira Sanandham is also joining shortly. Dr. Alawat is not there? So there will be 4. So I request the keynote speaker, take the dais and complete his talk in say 15 minutes or so. That 15 minutes listed. So that's Dr. V.K. Singh, as you all know, he is director of Central Rice Research Institute on Dry Central Research Institute on Dry Agriculture. Fortunately, I had a long experience of working with Dr. V.K. Singh at Modipuram in IFSR and then at IRI, and I know that Dr. V.K. Singh is a very outstanding agronomist, and he will really, I understand, highlight many of the new avenues of climate resilient agriculture.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable Chair Dr. B.S. Dwivedi, Member SRB, Co-Chair Dr. B.C. Rekha, Professor Punjab Singh, Chancellor to this great university, Dr. A.K. Singh sir, Vice Chancellor to this university, for the Vice Chancellors from different parts of the country, directors, scientists and friends. In this session, we have to have a discussion on sustainable climate resilient practices. In the nutshell, we know that the sustainability definition is to conserve resources in such a way that that can feed the present generation without endangering the resource base of next generations. And for conserving the resources, climate is a main important aspect which we have to deal with, and it's not only a local issue or national issue, it has become now a global issue. We just summarize the global trend. This is reported during just in IPCC 2023. 100-year data, the average data, if we look, till 1940, there was average temperature was almost lower or it was normal. But beyond 40s, it started rising and many-fold increase was noticed during past 60, 70, 80 years. And the right side, the globe, if you see, the darker regions indicating the increased temperature. India is also part of it. So, globally this phenomena is happening, and that affecting in several ways. Many kind of extremes we are perceiving. Extremes like drought, cyclone, flood, the heat wave, cold wave, even solstices, all are interlinked with increased temperature. I just wanted to put, because we are talking about sustainability, this is a recent literature developed by IPCC, that the shared economics pathway, SSP, different scenario of SSP was made, 5 different scenarios, and it was fine if our resources we can manage in a sustainable way, the temperature will remain normal. But if you look at the SSP 5, where we are using more fossil and fuel, the extreme temperature will be there, and that will start in a very short. And we are perceiving also, I will put some example later. We also worked out the different RCP scenario modeling we did, and we find if you move from RCP 2.6 to 4.5 or 8.5, the increase in temperature is very, very high. And the average near surface air temperature is warming around 0.7 degree during last 30 years. And the mean average temperature, if you see the end of this century, that will be around 2.4 to 4.4 degrees centigrade will increase in different regions. And not only the soil surface temperature, the temperatures of sea is also increasing. We are working in this coastal region, and we find it has very negative impact on our sea, different species, sea fishes and others biodiversity lies in the sea. We also try to look on the this IPCC, this report. We are also part of it. We also try to see what is the observed scenario since 1950, and what is happening if temperature is increasing by 1.5 degree, 2 degree or 4 degree. In that scenario, the most important thing we find, the hot or warmer extremes will be more and cold extremes will be less in all scenarios, and the intensity will increase as temperature will increase. and other simultaneous effects like precipitation and more rainfall, but shorter duration, less number of rainy days will be happening. What will be impact in Indian agriculture? The just in summary, I wanted to tell, once climate will be changing, the global, then the warming will be more, and minimum temperature will be increased. The impact of, I have not put it here, but impact of this increase in minimum temperature will be more in the Rabi season in comparison to Kharif season. And arid regions will be expanding. Growing season will be shortening. So our variety will be needing having shorter duration, and the rainfall variability and other parameters. Overall, if you see whole Indian scenario, we find that the BUR report recently we submitted for 2021 in 22, 54% of our livestock contributes to GHG emission. Agriculture as such, except rice contributes 17% and others contribute totally 46%. For this, Government of India started a long back in 2008 in a National Action Plan on Climate Change, and later 8 different missions were started, and one of the mission was NMS. So NMS is totally focused on agriculture production, how to make it sustainable, and we find we quantified the impact of NMSA in terms of expansion in area of direct seeded rice. It is 1.12 million hectare. The micro irrigation 12 million hectare, and soil health card about 14 crore farmers were given. But these things are done by government supports. But the real field, what is happening, I would like to mention, and how we have to move. In fact, if you look on the temperature versus the productivity, the rice productivity, particularly the rain-fed rice productivity, will be certainly going to decline with time, with changing climate scenario. And wheat productivity is drastically going to reduce. If 1 degree centigrade temperature will increase in vegetative growth stage, there will be reduction of 3.6 quintal of productivity. Similarly, at grain pulling stage, 2.6 quintal of grain production will reduce. We quantified at national level, if 1 degree centigrade temperature will increase at the time of reproductive phase, there will be a reduction of 6 million ton of wheat production. Friends, we have witnessed last year 2 to 3 degrees temperature got increased at the time of reproductive phase in month of March, and we had 3 to 4 million tons of wheat production, reduced wheat production during last year. For this, how to overcome. In fact, we got analyzed the risk scenario across the country, and risk which can be worked out combining the vulnerability, exposure and hazard. So some 32 different indices which belongs to socio-economic condition, infrastructure, climatic condition and technological support. Using all these, we worked out the risk atlas for whole country, and we find out of 650 countries, 310 countries belonging to very high and high risk category. In this map it is indicated, and this number is going to increase with time if you are not taking proper action. So this kind of atlas, mapping and making atlas is usable where we have to target more effectively and utilize our resources to making climate resilient agriculture. Now, what is climate resilient agriculture? Agriculture that sustainably increases our resilience, means adoption, enhances productivity, foods means food security, reduces GHG emission, that is called mitigation. So this is the integration of adaptation, food security and mitigation. Country like India, where 86% farmer belong to smallholder. So we cannot go directly to the mitigation, and that's why India has not signed on not part of NDC for mitigation. And so we are more focusing on adaptation, which can bring the food security, and we have to have a mitigation co-benefit in long run. And the output in terms of higher productivity, net return, input efficiency, reduction emissions, all we will going to get if you go for climate resilient agriculture. So for this, the NICRA program, National Innovation for Climate Resilient Agriculture, that is started in 2011, and there are three components: basic and strategic research, where we develop new technologies which is applicable for making system resilience, agriculture system resilience. And the another component is technology demonstration, where we go in the field, the real field situation, along with the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and we do we put the approach where whole farm can make a climate resilient farm. For this, 4 different kind of module we have developed. One is NRM module. The NRM all technologies, either establishment, irrigation, or mechanization, that comes under that umbrella. The those we put the crop production technologies, we put the livestock management technologies, we put horticulture management technologies, and one important thing, we put the institutional management mechanism, that we have made village climate resilient management committee in each village, and that committee runs the custom hiring services, because mechanization is very having a key role to overcome the climate change in a different domain. And the major focus we put technological focus, how to use best our weather availability and weather based the solutions, water management, crop management, nutrient management, carbon management, and it all runs by institutional management. So I will be just describing some of the examples. For example, there are different streams, like drought is one of them. Out of 310 districts, 176 districts belongs where drought is a major concern. So we identified the districts, and we find this map is indicating the frequency of droughts. And frequency is more means occurrence is more, and accordingly how much precipitation we receive and what sort of the technological approach we have to put. For example, if it is less than 500 mm, we should go for the crop along with intercrops, the agri-horti system, agroforestry system. Those are more sustainable rather than going for double crop or so. If we have and in situ moisture conservation is the most important in this scenario. If it is 500 to 1000 mm, we can go for water harvesting also. Here we can go for double cropping. But if it is more than 300, 1000 mm, then we can go for intensive cropping, diversified cropping, IFS module, having more income. So that sort of mechanism in different kind of drought prone areas we got developed. In fact, in drought prone areas, the most important is preparedness. So two things, preparedness and real-time management. So real-time management and preparedness, we also suggest through agromet services as well as our district contingency plans, how to overcome that, what sort of strategy we should have. And if in any situation the drought comes, how to put our thing so that maximum use efficiency can be harnessed. The another situation is flood or cyclones. If you look on the map, the top map indicates the maximum intergalactic plain in parts of Orissa and many of the parts of Chhattisgarh also, some of the part, their flood is a major concern. While in whole coastal region, cyclone is a major concern. What will be the technological option for that? We got worked out. The major technological options in flood-prone situations, we got having the renovation of drainage channels, Also, the appropriate varieties. Varieties means, I will just take Sonna Savanu is one variety, which has a very good potential in fat-prone species. Similarly, CR Dhanma. This kind of varieties we have. Putting those, we can make more sustainable in long run. And also, not only crop, in that situation, the fodder management practices, the center management for livestock, also we are developing. I will like to put some of the points regarding the heat waves. If you see the pattern of heat wave in last year March, in 22 March, in the first fortnight, it was mainly in Punjab, followed by Haryana and Western UP. But during the second fortnight, it spread whole Madhya Pradesh, and it has reached even up to the Jammu and Kashmir. And I told you 3 to 4 million ton wheat production got in. But at the same time, the Nikra villages where we were working, we find where we have put at the happy seeder based application of sowing of wheat, or we have taken shorter duration of rice followed by wheat, or timely sowing of wheat, there was a least impact of this heat. Also, mulching on the field has also tremendous impact for reducing the impact of heat wave. And many other technologies which we are putting in our Nikra villages, we have seen that those are workable, and resiliency was up to the tune of 97 to 99% with different technology we have put. Here, since we are discussing in the Bundelkhand, I have put it one. Our Nikra village is located in Datia. Here, that village was having acute moisture deficit problem. But the interventions in this program, we find that only the water management practices, water harvesting has changed whole scenario. And from one crop, now farmers are taking 2 to 3 crops in a year. And just one village analysis we did 2017, when stress year was there, we could minimize the loss of some 72 lakhs per village. And in the normal village, we add 80 lakh rupees by this Nikra intervention. Also, these interventions helps in improving the water aquifer, and that's why farmer one crop to they are growing for 2 crop or 3 crop in a year. The climate resilient practices, the question comes how to upscale. In fact, this picture I wanted to show that we started in 2011, the Nikra 2 villages were there in Bundelkhand, Datia village. Later on, with the convergence with the government department, it became 4 in 2018, and with the success of government schemes like Manrega Watershed Development Program, it is being run in 10 villages. So that way it is spreading now in a large scale. And now, as on the day, we have some 50 clusters across the country and different states where we are doing this kind of resilient villages we have made. I would like to make one thing more here, that PIDA got developed district contingency plans for whole country, 650 country, and it got updated for 541 districts. And we do the interface meeting after IMD forecast in month of April with the states which are where they say that there will be this kind of drought or some acute situation going to come. So interaction meeting we do, and we suggest what should be done to make more climate resilient agriculture in coming season. So that sort of practice we do along with the states. Also, we provide the agromet advisory services at district level on weekly basis, and that is very, very useful. Using the Meghdut apps, around 6 crore farmers are benefiting as on the day. The climate resilient practices we have compiled for state-wise, 6 climate resilient states we have covered till now, and that is being circulated with the State Department, and they are using for further taking forward these practices. And also we are working as a backstopping for different states like Maharashtra, Pokra program we are backstopping. In Andhra, we are backstopping for Konta Sanjeevani. In Karnataka, we are backstopping for Bhagya scheme. In Bihar, CRA. So many states where NICRA is supporting for making climate resilient agriculture. And in the last, just I wanted to say, there are climate resilient technologies, but we have to move at a farm level, make whole farm as a resilient farming system. And not only farming system, whole landscape should be climate resilient, then it will be a real term climate resilient agriculture. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
For a very good talk, and you all have seen the kind of work going on in ICRA. It is a very vast program, and I think in a short time of 15-20 minutes you have very well summarized that. And now I request Dr. P.L. Patil, Vice Chancellor of Dharwad, and he will make your presentation in 5 minutes also.
Key speaker Dr. V.K. Singh, co-panelist, and respected dignitaries, Dr. Punjab Singh Saab, Dr. V.K. Singh Saab, and all the honorable Vice Chancellors and the other delegates. So, keynote speaker has opened the talk. He has given a detailed information about climate resilience, climate risk management, and he has indicated the several aspects. So I have few points to indicate. For climate risk management, the first and foremost important step is building resilience in soil. So I am a natural resource scientist, I am a soil scientist. So my first and foremost importance is we should build a resilience in soil. So that is, as the keynote speaker has indicated, soil and water conservation practices at farm level. So that means we should give site-specific recommendation at each field parcel level. So in this country, we have the land resource information at very small scale, at 1:250,000. Unless we have the land resource information at large scale level, that is 1:8,000, so I don't think we can implement this. We should give the farmer the soil and water conservation plan for each survey number. Unless we do this, I think we cannot achieve. We should have for each field, because we have a field experience on this, including the NBSS LUP as a lead partner. We have implemented Sujala 3 project in Karnataka. So in that, so on pilot basis, so I think as ex-director, Dr. Dwivedi Saab also knows about this. We have implemented in 11 districts of Karnataka Sujala 3 project on pilot basis. We have done a detailed land resource inventory for 2,500 micro watersheds, and on pilot scale in each district, that is in 11 districts, we have implemented on sub-watershed basis. Simultaneously we have implemented the DPR. We are successful. The results are there. There is successful implementation of soil and water conservation plan, and the records shows the increase in the water table, control in the erosion, and also improvement in the crops which are recommended for the on land resource information base. So that is the first important step, and this
The Sujala 3 project is now continued in Karnataka in the name of reward as well as in Orissa. We are the lighthouse partners for training Orissa scientists from Karnataka. That is for the information of the house. And the second most the important is the selection of crops and cropping pattern. So usually the market dictates the cropping pattern. So based on the crops, the soil site suitability as LBSS LUP is doing, and also on such detailed land resource inventory based we are suggesting. So they are not accepted by the farmers because market dictates the cropping pattern. So unless here is the policy intervention required, unless the government declares MSP much ahead of the season, cropping season. So I don't think farmers will accept our recommendations of land suitability based on the crops recommendations. So with this, I think the recommendations should go to government to declare MSP at least much before the cropping pattern. And the other important, as Dr. Saab indicated, the rainwater harvesting and recycling is most important. We should also give here these practices, of course, they are recommended. The capacity building is required in the farmers. And water saving techniques, next, like as indicated, DSR, dry seeding in the important crops, and also promoting the zero tillage, conservation agriculture. And the other important aspect is use of windbreaks and in the agroforestry. So that will minimize the surface evaporation as well as evapotranspiration, reducing the soil erosion, and also help in the carbon sequestration and improving the soil health. So I think with these few indications or ideas, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Are making very important points pertaining to land use planning, land resource inventory, soil site suitability. Thank you so much. Now, the next panelist is Madam Indra Sankan.
Of different universities and respective deans and directors and the faculty members of RNBCA Jhansi. Regarding the sustainable climate resilience and food security, United Nations Decade of Action on Nutrition being observed from 2016 to 2025, and UN Food System Summit call on the enhancement of sustainable food system and on importance of diversifying diets with nutritious food while broadening the existing food base and preserving biodiversity. As a soil scientist whose Karam Bhumi has been the northeast region of India for the last 35 years, I would like to share my experience as an on-ground worker regarding the challenges that northeast region faces and the solutions that we can offer that they can contribute towards the sustainable climate resilience and food security. The major challenges are zoom farming. Still, this zoom farming is persistent in some areas, some states, leading to the loss of natural resource and biodiversity. Then our changing rainfall patterns, floods and drought, and when we concern about the water sufficient region, but yet regions face water scarcity due to the lack of water conservation structures. Package of practices, several popular underutilized crops like tree bean, which is very important vegetable for Manipur, Nagaland, and arrowhead, water mimosa, water spinach, etc. And Northeast region also offers multifaceted solution that can be drivers of attaining food security. This includes Northeast region has mostly been default organic, and with these opportunities, this provides an opportunity to work towards evolving the region as an niche area for natural farming. This will help in increasing production diversity in flora and fauna. Large number of underutilized edible food parts can lead to the diversification of food basket and addressing the concerns of micronutrient deficiencies in the northeast state of India. Traditional farming system like Apatani practice in Arunachal Pradesh can be upscaled to regions that can be suitable for this type of farming. Integrated farming system model based on 5A, for example, agriculture, aquaculture, apiculture, animal husbandry, and agroforestry that we have been working on at CAU Imphal under dynamic leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Dr. Anupam Mishra ji, and can also be disseminated among marginal farmers of Northeast region. Popularization of other sources of income for farmers, particularly Indian bee-based bee farming, which has enhanced medicinal properties, and those particularly rearing bee in high altitude, they are having more medicinal values. And above this, lake farming can be new avenues that farmers can use. And when we come to the novel sources of food like edible insects, it can be further evolved for the northeast region. The biodiversity of flora can be sources of novel drugs. The diversity of beneficial microbes also offers to enhance production is efficient plant growth promoters in the form of biofertilizer. Traditional food products based on microbes for fermentation are also an area that has the ability to develop our nutraceutical foods. Innovative farm land development, about 20% of cultivable land of Manipur is wetland. Conservation of such land into farming land led by preparation of sunken bed, ponds, raised bed combination is being practiced at CAU Imphal at Central Farm. This can be further be used to increase cultivated land and support the economic growth of farmers and the northeast region. Lastly, identification and conservation of climate resilient genetic resource of food crops like rice, akan pau, and our skapcheng pau, which is suitable for shallow land, and takam and narem for uplands is being done at CAU Imphal. I hope and believe that northeast region of India, towards which the focus has increased in recent times, will lead to the next revolution in agriculture that will be sustainable and climate resilient. Thank you.
Yes, for different farming and public farming, biodiversity conservation, including microbes, and those opportunities in northeastern region. And of course, you are right that under government's low-case policy also, the future revolution, evergreen revolution that's to any region will be the seat of that. Thank you so much. Next.
His address, and that was conservation agriculture. And he is a very strong advocate and promoter of conservation agriculture systems in India. I have been working on this topic for the last almost 2 decades. And I also agree that conservation agriculture is the solution for most of the problems that our present agriculture is facing. That is, the resource degradation, increasing cost of cultivation, stagnant productivity, and above all, the climate change. I'll share with you some of my experiences within the allotted time by a formal presentation. So this is the kind of agriculture that we are practicing. Maximum tillage, clean cultivation, and then fish farming systems, flood irrigation, greater dependence on chemical fertilizers and others. these systems are now not sustainable because the cost is more and the resources are getting degraded. And in this context, this concept of conservation agriculture, that is zero tillage, mulching, and then diversification of the crop species, is being advocated. And let me share with you that this is the fastest adopted technology globally. I think in many, presently about 200 million hectare area, that is about 15% of the global crop area is under CA-based systems. The countries where these systems are adopted on a large scale are in South America, North America, and Australia, New Zealand, where more than 50% area is under CA-based systems. In our part of the country, in Asia, the area is much less, as it was also talked about yesterday. Then there are reasons for that. Based on the research that we in India have done over the last, say, more than 2 decades, I think it has been conclusively proved. I think I have done the analysis of the research publications over the last 20 years, and in 90% of the publication they say that CA is good, that it results in the saving of time, saving of labor, saving of other fertilizers and water, etc. And similarly, it brings about a total change in the soil health in terms of the physical properties of the soil, whether it is soil structure, aeration, or infiltration. There is a drastic favorable improvement. And similarly, the chemical environment, the soil organic carbon, the nutrient availability is also vastly improved. And similarly, the biological properties are also significantly improved because we do not disturb the soil. So the various microorganisms, the earthworms, and the enzymes, beneficial enzymes, are also increased significantly. And then this climate change. I think in terms of climate change, we say that the pollution of the air, the water, the soil is considerably less when we adopt these systems. And this year in the month of March, there was a unusual weather in many parts of the country, including northwestern India, which resulted in loss of lodging of the wheat and other problems. And it was seen that wherever these systems have been adopted, that zero tillage mulching, the loss in wheat was much less than in the conventional tillage. Then the reduced emission of greenhouse gases, because we are not disturbing soil, so there is no greater emission of these gases. And then overall, the productivity and the economics is also considerably improved. I think this is well proved, but then why it is not getting adopted? There are some pockets in our country, in some areas in North India, Central India, Eastern India, and also in Western India, where these systems have been adopted on a reasonably good scale. I think a few thousand or even a few lakh hectare area is under this kind of systems. But there are some apprehensions about zero tillage, about conservation agriculture at large. It causes soil compaction, no-till seeding is difficult, and then there is a root growth is restricted. But then all these apprehensions are there only in our mind. I think those who have not worked on it for a longer period of time, they say that it doesn't work because of these problems. But when you apply your mind and heart into it, after gaining some experience over 2-3 years, it works very well. Similarly, about the crop residue addition, I think there are some apprehensions in the minds of the people that crop residues are not available in India. But I don't agree with that statement. There are areas where crop residues are available, which are available to be recycled in agriculture. And let us focus on those areas where the residues are available, not to talk about those areas where they cannot be available. Then these are some of the reasons for failure of CA. And the most important reason that is being talked everywhere is weed control. I can say, based on my experience of on weed control for more than a decade now, that controlling weeds is much easier under CA-based systems than under conventional agriculture systems, because weed problems in a way are reduced gradually as we move on with the CA cycles, and managing them is much easier with the existing practices. So this is the roadmap of for promotion of CA in India that has been deliberated in one of the meetings at ICR in 2018, and these are the 10 points on which the action has been taken. I think on 3-4 points, I think very good progress has been made. For example, commercial availability of the new generation machinery, which can help in managing the residue and sowing. Also, I think the course has been included in the PG program in agronomy, conservation agriculture. So I think these are some of the issues that have been considered. So conservation agriculture is a global subject, and every 2 years there is a World Congress on Conservation Agriculture. The 8th World Congress was held in 2021, sorry, and then that has given a call that the CA-based system is the answer for climate change and soil degradation, and this must be adopted on a large scale. And I said that, as I said, that it is the fastest adopted technology globally. So a target has been fixed that by 2050, 50% of the global crop area must be under CA. And our chief guest of yesterday, Dr. R.S. Pradhan, is also, in fact, he is talking more about resource management and particularly about conservation agriculture in all his addresses. He has also given a call that we in our country, the conservation agriculture area, which at present is something around 4-5 million hectares, must be increased to 20 million hectares by 2030. So my appeal to all my fellow agronomists, resource management scientists, and also the policy planners, let us contribute our bit for the promotion of CA in our respective domains. Cover 50%, 100% area at our research farms. I think we develop a technology, then ask the farmers to adopt it. I think the first adopter of the technology should be ourselves. We should adopt these technologies on our own farm to the fullest extent. And let us not become only the preachers of CA, but actually we should become the adopters of CA. So this is the message that I wanted to give, and we have already taken this initiative at our university, and in due course of time, our target is to cover the entire farm area under CA-based systems. Thank you very much.
I was convinced that yes, conservation agriculture brings in change in soil health, in nutrient and water use efficiency, in microbial diversity. Several advantages are there, but of course there are some challenges also, and those are the, maybe because of that we could not expand the area under conservation agriculture as expected. Dr. Sharma has very well highlighted several points, so I think there will be more deliberations on this during discussion. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. The last finalist of this session is Dr. Dobriyal. He is Dean of the College of Horticulture and Forestry of this university. Dr. Dobriyal, please.
Hello panelists, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and different delegates from the different universities and faculty colleagues. As already Dr. B.K. Singh sir described the detail on the climate resilient practices. So the question is the sustainable resilient agriculture practices. So to add in that, in my opinion, as a national mission on sustainable agriculture also is one important component of agroforestry, and the perennial based farming, tree based farming is inherent part of this. When we say the resilient, we want to make resilient cropping system. And in my opinion, the tree-based farming need to be more promoted, especially when we have the more aberrations of the climate change and the uncertainties. So it will mitigate the risk for that. Second, this also the landscape approach, especially for when you're going for the expansion of the these tree-based models. Maybe it may be for horticulture crops, fruit crops. But any kind of at least 10 to 15% some land should be under these kind of tree covers, so that it can have a mitigation effect on this, especially because temperature is a major concern. Rising temperature, that is as critical also mentioned. So we know that either any fashion of these three components on the farm will have the impact. Second aspect, the watershed, micro watershed approach, especially in the different ecoregions. We have some fragile ecoregions like in hills, desert areas or coastal areas, where we have to think the other strategies other than what we have the agriculture in the plain areas. So that need to be specific focus. Afforestation in these fringe areas of the agriculture is equally important. some crops other than the agricultural crops or normal cultivated, we have to see the underutilized crops, especially those are climate resilient, and medicinal plants is one of them. Many of the medicinal plant which has the quite resistance for the adaptation for this kind of changing environment. So this can be promoted, especially where we have the some kind of wastelands or nutrient deficient soils or problematic soils. So in those areas it can have an impact. And tree based farming also linked with the carbon sequestration, so that also in changing the new scenario of the carbon finance and all, that can be integrated with them. Lastly, I also like to make the comment, as the already saying is there, okay, forests are the foster mother of agriculture. So unless we think of the trees on the farms, we cannot see the sustainability in the agricultural system. So that's from my side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lohiya. Thank you very much for making your points brief, highlighting the need for identification and documentation of underutilized crops and species.
Just in more than 10 years, the NICRA, I mean, Vikasing is very right that we have already prepared the inventory also, what are the different kind of technology which are resilient in nature. When we were working with the KVK, many of the resilient technology we have demonstrated. But then in many of the places we have observed, demonstration is one part, continuation of that in a horizontally expanded area is one part. So what I personally feel, I mean, whatever resilient technology so far we have, to have a sustainable ecosystem in their country, probably we need to move ahead with certain policy decisions. Probably in the government level, until unless there is a policy, say for example the conservation agriculture. We have been working with conservation agriculture for more than a decade now. Many of the technologies are very, very sustainable. All of us we know. I will give a typical example. I am from Assam Agricultural University. Many of you know. Out of 25 lakh hectare on the rice, 5 lakh hectare is chronically affected. Till 3 years back, we did not have a very good variety. Of course, Shabani was a very good variety, but then it was not accepted by the farmers. Then university management, the agriculture department, we took a decision that let us develop certain variety which are climate resilient and very much suitable for the flood affected area. Then university came with the two different varieties called Ranjit Savan and Bahadur Savan. We made demonstration only in 5 hectare area through our KVK network in 2019 and 20. Today, if you go to Assam, you will find within less than 3 years, these two particular variety have covered more than 1 lakh hectare. The meaning is, if the farmer knows for sure that this particular technology is a very good technology, which will sustain my farm income, we need not to tell him or her anything about that. We quickly take it and go ahead with this. And the second point, why I am saying the policy decisions. Many of the things are good, but until and unless there is a policy decision support from the government mechanism, we the scientists are different from. We have been telling lot many technologies, but then if the government machinery do not take it for their own program, different state department, we are recommending, because agriculture is a state subject, that every region specific technology we need to tell the government that yes, these are the 2-3 technology you should go ahead with in your program. Whatever program we take up, so the government should be impressed upon that these are the technology you should take up. Then probably it will help the farmers and will help in increasing the yield or increasing the farm income of the farmers. So with this, I once again would like to thank you for allowing me to speak up my mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The intervention policy support is very, very important. Policy is mother of everything. If whatever research, whatever technology you develop, those have to be somewhere find place in the policy. Otherwise, it is completely different. Now, at the end my present duty to sum up this session and also express my mind on this subject, actually, which will some of these points we have in place in the recommendations. One of the most important point that was in this discussion also, that actually using the land means soil and water resources, of course climate also, as per the carrying capacity of that resource. This is must. Somehow it is missing throughout the country and has been missing. It has been noticed, has been highlighted, underlined several times by the learned speakers, time to time leaders, our research leaders. But still it is a market-driven land use. And it is high time there should be a land use policy in this country. In 1993 there was an effort by NBSS, MUP and DSE that time, and a draft land use policy was developed, but it was submitted also, but I don't know, since 1993 it is still a draft policy. Then few years back NAS took this initiative under when Honorable Dr. Punjab Singh Saab was President NAS. He made a task force and we developed a soil and land use policy. That was submitted to government. We made a presentation also, but somehow again this could not be pursued further. So I think if there is a policy that will be, you see, democratic country. We are not like China, so you can go ahead with a dictum kind of thing. But if there is a policy, incentivization of the farmers, development of the market, and all those in the respective zones, so where a particular land use is to be promoted, so that is actually must. And we all, since all senior authorities are here, respective states, and wherever we can help with the rain feeding and also. So involving right persons, a policy need to be developed. This is one. Number two, our time genius Einstein's one very famous quote. He says we cannot solve our problems by doing the same thing which we did at the time of creation of the problem. So now when we say that there are so many challenges for natural resources, soil degradation, water degradation in the of course in the water, low water use efficiency, poor nutrient use efficiency, multiple nutrient deficiencies, and so many issues, and climate change. So to address this, actually a paradigm shift is needed. Different kind of thinking is needed. Thinking the same way, you cannot solve this problem. So in my opinion, actually there should be more nature-friendly agriculture. I don't mean here, and I should not be misread, that I am talking of natural farming. It is not. Nature-friendly agriculture means, in my opinion, understanding more the biological process, the below ground process, the strength of microbes, and of course, inclusion of best agronomic practices with that, integrated nutrient management. All this, so it is not a strictly speaking in a narrow sense natural farming, but then a research should prove that what are the this biodiversity, what role it can do, and whether you can minimize the use of fertilizers because and pesticides using this resource. The future is low carbon, low nitrogen, low carbon agriculture, low nitrogen agriculture, more of resource efficient agriculture, and this can be done through a different kind of thinking, for which actually the research in universities, PG research, and research in the by the scientists under your leadership, and a different kind of initiative, maybe brainstorming session at small levels, and thinking at the university level. This has to be actually initiated. This is my The other is, say, conservation culture. This is very important, but then again restricting to very specific norms of conservation in culture. I think this need to be expanded, and that's how we are talking of regenerative agriculture. That this task in last year they had a very good press association for the leadership regenerative agriculture. So they say that not only conservation agriculture plus. So CA plus good economic practices. So can you come out with region specific such packages which are actually promoting conservation culture, but again adding other benefits of other other benefits, so that it is more adaptable, more acceptable to the and you are able to reach larger areas. Digital solutions are very important because again going through conventional systems you cannot address the challenges that are ahead, and yesterday there was a very good point made by Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, that is drones are popularized, but mostly those are for spraying of pesticides and fertilizers. So, but their role is much more. Even the spectral libraries. Now these are coming up. We started at the NPSS LUP also. It was in fact there, but we tried to strengthen the national soil spectral library. So this has to be again where maybe linking some institutes like NPSS LUP, Institute of Soil Science, universities, and then IRI. So we can develop a national soil spectral library supported along with the background database, so that you can even soil testing in future, monitoring of the emerging deficiency, and so many things can be done. Similarly, if it comes to incentivization of farmers adopting green agriculture or more nature-friendly culture or conservation agriculture or residual recycling, so that monitoring can also be done. So there are very good sensors and whatever you can use in satellites, many of those can be used in drones also. So you can add area-specific such kind of even for incentivization of the farmers, these technologies can be used. But then we have to come up with the perfection in this, otherwise we might have talked about at different platforms and then not very specific things are available. And the point actually I wanted to just make in brief, if 5 minutes I can, I was going to make a point to Dr. V.K. Singh particularly, since you are leading the NICRA, which is a very great initiative and a lot of very good progress has been made. A few weeks back, on 23rd March, when this 6th assessment report came, IPCC, there was a prediction of on this Secretary General of UN. So they say that even up to 30% decline in rice yield is expected if the temperature rise is there like this way. And we predicted even 25 to 70% decrease in maize yield, which was not understandable, and it was very much debated and discussed in several groups. And in fact, I myself was also not convinced that why a crop like maize 70% in decline should be there, or 30% in rice. Your studies also show with the adaptation technology, there is increase in rice, particularly irrigated rice. Now, I understand our own coefficient, so that you come out, it should not be very frightening kind of if such statements are there from agencies like UN, directly that will mean that if you today or tomorrow they say that there is so much of temperature rise and even developing countries should go for more mitigation kind of mechanism. One more last point I want to make to the House, to Honorable Vice Chancellor. You may not agree with me, but it's debatable. So please excuse me if I am wrong. See this PSS is on innovations in sustainable natural resource management. Whether in our universities or institutes there is an ecosystem of innovation. This is somewhere this has to be also discussed and debated. How, and since you are leaders, and I mean, you can create an environment of innovation in the university. I really feel that in many of ICR institutes in the institutes where I work and face several challenges also, innovation involvement is not. Why I say so? We actually reward successful, we don't reward failure. And innovation, failure is always possible. You may work for years and you may not get it. You may work for years, a scientist may work for years and may not get it. And then he will not be able to publish, he will not be able to get awards, fellowships and promotion and director and all this kind of thing. So how to actually encourage such kind of core basic research which leads to innovation, and how you reward those scientists, so that younger generations and very bright brains are coming, and how can they will involved in this kind of thing. This is a big question. This was discussed sometimes and at some small platforms in NAS also. But somewhere actually this should be discussed, and if even not discussed at a university level, we can create in institutions a small core group that who are, of course, basic research doesn't mean that you go on working on some specific area on some private path and you say that I am doing basic research, but it should be discussed, and if there are some such bright ideas, those have to be pursued, and that group has to be protected and rewarded and incentivized. Then only it is possible. So this is my another point which I wanted to make. So with this, I sincerely thank the organizers, particularly Honorable Vice Chancellors of this University, Dr. A.K. Singh Saab, for giving me this opportunity. And it is on behalf of all the panelists and co-chairs, we sincerely thank the organizers for this. Thank you very much.
Before that, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to facilitate our chair and co-chair and panelists of this session. So, I thank for first Dr. V.S. Dwivedi sir, member ASRB. So, kindly sir. Thank you, sir. I request next our co-chair, Dr. B.C. Dekha sir, B.C. Assam Agriculture Ministry. I further request B.C. sir to facilitate Dr. A.K. Singh sir, Director Krida. Next, Dr. Indra Sangathan, Dean Agriculture. Then Dr. A.R. Sharma, Director Research.
उसको हटाओ ना, डरते क्यों तुम? देखा कि जो कौन सा काम कर रहा है, फ्री का काम कर रहा है तुम? वीडियो फोटो आ रहा है, चले गुरु मेरा चढ़ाते रहते हैं।
दीर्घ काल में उसे टिकाऊपन बनाए रखने के लिए यह प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं, और इसमें पिछले 2 सालों से हमारा प्रयास है कन्वर्जेंस के ऊपर, जो देश के विभिन्न विभाग हैं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की स्कीम्स हैं, उनको साथ लेकर बड़े पैमाने पर इसको फैलाया जाए। गवर्नमेंट के पॉलिसी के रूप में भी हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं इसको लाया जाए, जिससे कि हर जिला, देश के 310 जिले हैं जहां पर इसका प्रभाव ज़्यादा है, इसके जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रभाव से बच सके, किसान लाभान्वित हो और आने वाला उनका भविष्य सुरक्षित हो। धन्यवाद।
फार्मिंग सेशन है जिसमें लोगों के विचारों का मंथन है, और ये इस बात पर विचार हो रहा है 2 दिनों का कि जो भौगोलिक परिस्थितियाँ बदल रही हैं, कृषि जलवायु में जो परिवर्तन हो रहा है, उसके परिदृश्य में क्या क्या नए नवाचार हो सकते हैं जिससे खेती टिकाऊ हो और सतत हो। इस विचारधारा के लिए यहाँ पे चर्चा कर रहे हैं, और इसमें 4 मुख्य रूप से थीम पर हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं। एक तो पहला तो क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर ही है कि जो पर्यावरण में परिवर्तन हो रहा है। दूसरा ये है कि जो ज़मीन है और पानी है, इसकी जो गुणवत्ता है या टिकाऊपन है या इसका ह्रास न हो, उसके ऊपर चर्चा है। और जो तीसरा महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है वो ये है कि जो तमाम जैव विविधता है पौधों की, जानवरों की, उसको कैसे सुरक्षित रखा जा सके, क्योंकि उसमें भी बहुत तेज़ी से ह्रास देखने को मिलता है। और चौथा विषय है वो जो नए नए इनोवेशंस आजकल आए हैं, जैसे आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की बात होती है, ड्रोन्स के प्रयोग की बात हो रही है खेती में, इनका प्रयोग खेती के क्षेत्र में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैसे बढ़े, जिससे कि प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर के ऊपर हम काम कर सकें और उतनी ही दवा उतने ही समय पे उतनी ही मात्रा में हम छिड़क पाएँ या उसका प्रयोग कर पाएँ जितने की ज़रूरत है। तो ये मैं कह सकता हूँ कि ये जो 4 विषय हैं, इन चारों विषयों पे यदि मिला जुला करके हमारा प्रयास होगा तो जो चर्चा बार बार हो रही है और जो क्लाइमेट चेंज के ऊपर बराबर चेतावनी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर मिल रही है कि 1 डिग्री तापक्रम बढ़ेगा तो तमाम फसलों का उत्पादन कम होगा। हमारी आबादी तो बढ़ रही है, जब फसलों का उत्पादन कम होगा तो जीविका बड़ी मुश्किल हो जाएगी और मनुष्य को जितना खाद्यान्न चाहिए उसकी भी शायद पूर्ति करने में असमर्थता होगी। जो पौष्टिक उत्पादन होना चाहिए उसमें भी कमी देखने को मिलेगी। तो इससे बचने के लिए भारत सरकार ने तमाम प्रयास पहले से ही किया है, और मुझे लगता है कि भारत एक ऐसा देश है जो कि गांव के स्तर पर जाकर के इस काम को कर रहा है। 151 जिलों में क्लाइमेट स्मार्ट विलेज बनाने का कार्य किया गया है, और वहाँ पे अलग अलग जलवायु परिस्थितियों में कृषि के मॉडल बनाए गए हैं कि कम पानी है तो, या वहाँ का तापक्रम अधिक है तो, या मिट्टी खराब है वैसी परिस्थिति में, या पानी खराब है उसकी परिस्थिति में किस प्रकार की फसल और कैसे उगानी चाहिए, उसके ऊपर चर्चा और वैज्ञानिक पहल करते हुए नई तकनीकी का ईजाद किया गया। मुझे विश्वास है कि ये जो 2 दिन की कार्यशाला है जिसमें कि विश्वविद्यालयों के कुलपति आए हुए हैं और राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो नीति निर्धारक लोग हैं वो लोग आए हुए हैं, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर जनरल ICR के, और जो पहले हमारे पूर्व सचिव रहे भारत सरकार के जो कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मान्यता प्राप्त डॉक्टर पंजाब सिंह, डॉक्टर परौदा, ये लोग यहाँ पर आए हुए थे, और सबके विचार विमर्श से ये चर्चा हो रही है कि जो नेचुरल रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट की टेक्नोलॉजी है, कोई नई प्रजाति आती है किसान दौड़ करके अपनाता है, लेकिन मिट्टी की रक्षा कैसे करें, पानी की रक्षा करें, कीड़ों से कैसे बचाव करें, इसके ऊपर तत्परता कम रहती है। तो उसका ज्ञान और उसका अवेयरनेस किसानों के पास कैसे पहुंचाया जाए, क्योंकि इसके ऊपर जो लक्ष्य हैं आप वो अकेले से नहीं प्राप्त कर सकते। सभी का जब सामूहिक प्रयास होगा तभी प्राकृतिक संसाधनों को हम बचा सकते हैं। उसके ऊपर चर्चा हो रही है, एक रणनीति तैयार होगी, और जो भी संस्थाएं हैं जो इसके ऊपर कार्य करेंगे उनको समर्पित किया जाएगा, जिससे भारत सरकार इस पर को संज्ञान मिले और पूरे देश में एक नीति के रूप में इसको आगे लेकर के बढ़े। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
IET Jhansi. And the panelist, Dr. Indramani Mishra, Vice Chancellor, MP Parvani. Second panelist is Dr. K. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut. Another panelist, Dr. P.M. Chauhan, Registrar, Junagadh Agriculture University, Junagadh. Another panelist, Dr. I.N. Singh, Dean, College of Food Technology, CAU, Imphal, and Dr. Anil Kumar, Director Education of this university. Now may I request Dr. S.K. Chaturvedi, Dean Agriculture, to welcome our chairman of this session, Dr. P. Das. I again request Dr. Chaturvedi sir to welcome Dr. Anupam Mishra, co-chairman of this session. I again request Dr. Chaturvedi sir to welcome another co-chairperson, Dr. P. M. Pandey, Director BIET Jhansi. Start the session, sir. Thank you very much.
Good internet of IoT is one of the most important emerging areas, and we have the keynote speaker, Dr. P.S. Pandey, Honorable VC from CAU Pusa. And before that, I would just like to say a few words only, that we would like to cover how agriculture can be benefited from the Internet of Things. It is not that we are not using anything, but the tremendous opportunity and the kind of smart agriculture, precision agriculture, we can go for more, and how IoT would be benefit to us. Second important part emerging is the drones. You know, the drones are now using across, right, in difference in agriculture, even in our day-to-day celebration. This is a very, very important part, even for soil and field analysis, even for crop production estimation, crop growth estimation. The bottom line is that so that you can take care at different stages of crop growth, so that production is not hampered. Third is that there is a possibility of use of robotics. Many activities are there in agriculture. Apparently one may think of small and marginal farmers, but then the small and marginal farmer would not be a player. For that matter, I do not believe that because farmers are small and marginal, it is the kind of production system they practice which is important. So again, for precision seedlings, even for harvesting, even for micro spraying, in regulation, use of rubber. Most extensively, we are using blockchains. Blockchains for inter-traceability and for certification program. Approximately 1 million hectares under certified organic farming in this country, and entire certification is covered by blockchain. You will find APIDA website where geographical traceability, biological traceability, and production traceability, all informations are there, and based on that a barcode is used. I mean, it is not a fake barcode like, fruit. You yet in the market. It is last item is that in view of the emerging technologies and employability, issues of employability and issues of entrepreneurship, one of the most recent emerging areas is the blended learning. ICAR already had one such workshop at the national level inaugurated by the Honorable Union Minister of Agriculture. So I hope the keynote will be addressing many of such areas, and then we are fortunate to have very experienced panelists, and I am especially fortunate to have Honorable Vice Chancellor from CAU Nepal and from Dr. Pandey from Bundelkhand Institute. So immense experience they have got, which would be added to make the session a good success. Without using any time, I hope that both of you can take care afterwards, depending on that. So we go straight away to the key speaker. I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor CAU Puja for giving the keynote address.
Good morning to all of you. Most respected Dr. P. Dasa, the chairman of this session, Dr. Anupam Misra, Honorable Vice Chancellor, CAU Impal, the co-chair, and Dr. Pandey from Bundelkhand Institute of Technology as a co-chairman, all my colleague, friends, panelists present over here, the most respected, the Chancellor of this prestigious university, Dr. Punjab Singh sir, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. A.K. Singh sahab, all our senior colleagues, faculties from this university, students, boys and girls. In fact, it's very pride moment for me to be here in this conference of Vice Chancellors, where we are dealing with the natural resource management brainstorming session. And today, the topic which has been given to me is the introducing innovation. Very interesting topic. I am very lucky that one of the world largest project of innovation, that is the National Agricultural Innovation Project funded by NAIP, I was coordinating most of the innovative components, and for that our project organizational management committee, the chairman was none other than our Chancellor of this university, Dr. Punjab Singh sahab, and who is here. So it's a very pride moment for me. Well, I'll simply go through, I'm not going to tell in details, but I'll try to highlight some of the areas where what we did as far as innovation. Innovation is not a new concept. Whenever there is a shift, there is a change, it is always innovative things happening, and that's why only the definition, if you call definition of innovation, it depends from the person to person, it depends from the scenario to scenario. And you know that natural resource management, I am not the expert, you know better. So all those 5 elements that we are dealing with here. And anything, if it is innovative, novelty must be there. Until unless there is a novelty in that product, in that process, in the services, we cannot say that is the innovative product or service. So novelty, introducing novelty in the same that is very much required. Sometimes several channels are there. If you are making that entire channel in one, that may be that may be called innovation. You remember the example of reservation. At that time, everyone was going to respective railway station, or your bank, or ATM. Everything was individual, separated. Now today, if you see, entire thing is integrated. Whether which bank you are having the account hardly matters. So that is the innovation. So that is the one of the example. Many, multiple functions putting at one place, at one platform, where that is the open operability is there, where both those things can be plugged in. Similarly, if you are providing through a means better services, improved interface. Many things you are having as an interface, and if you are improving, making doable, understandable, and most of the things that innovation can play an important role. Users empowerment, that is also innovation play a very important role. Reduced user efforts. If users are putting less efforts, several machines and machineries, equipments that is today we have. So those are the examples of the innovation. And finally, until unless the productivity, the output, if it is not increased, we cannot say innovation. So increased productivity and saving of time, saving of space, saving of storage, that is the innovation. And that's why whatever example we are going to see, we certainly this deals with. I am giving the example that where India stands for as far as innovation is concerned. And this is a very recent data, and it was a tweet from the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal. And if you see that how global innovation index of India that has been increased from 2015 to 2022. Earlier our position was 81, and today we are at the 40th position. So this is the huge innovations, huge increase in the area of innovation. This is the perfect example where India stands as far as the innovation is concerned. You see, out of 132 countries, from 81 to 40th, and this data is released by the World Intellectual Property Organization. This is the 22 data, and I am happy to share that the country among the top 3 countries as far as the scientific publication is concerned. We are in the top 3 countries. This is the very recent data after this February and February 23. That is the again in terms of number of PhD. How these innovations are coming to the 40th position? These are the responsible factors affecting the size of the higher education system, the PhD, or the products from the PhD, thesis and other things that you can see. When you talk about the innovation, a startup, it is a very, very important one to talk. And today, if you see the total startup in our country, more than 86,000 startups are today standing. And if you see that 86,000 startups in agriculture, more than 2,000 startups are from our agriculture. And this has not come in a day. This is a long story I am going to share with you. How today we are standing. When we started talking about the innovation and a startup, people were thinking agri-business in agriculture. People were thinking what they are talking, agri-business, business in agriculture, how it is possible? That was the time. But today, everybody is very proud of the startups. Many people from the other industry, from the IT industry, they are jumping towards the agricultural innovations and agricultural startups. This is the scenario. What is our power we can understand today. If you see the Switzerland, a small country, Honorable Prime Minister, he mentioned that how you see that small countries, how they are performing, and so that we should also think how we can supersede those rank and we can be the first one, the best one, and Switzerland, that is during last 12 years it is coming top as far as the innovation is concerned. So this is also another point to understand and to do more work. If you see the IT, innovation and services all together, India is the first as far as the IT services export is concerned. If you go anywhere in the world, India is the number one. So this is the scenario of the innovation. World largest, as I mentioned, that this NAIP, that is the world's largest project of innovation. And there I worked as the national coordinator for ICR as a catalyzing agent for change and organizational management. You see, if you remember, Consortium for E-Resources in Agriculture. Every library was subscribing journals and only the physical form was available. And everything was put together, and today the entire your journal is available on your mobile. This is one of the best example of innovation, and that is the example of disruptive innovation. Disruptive innovation, same thing was happening, but those things are now changed and this is available there. So today, SERA, almost all our agriculture universities, colleges and ICR institutions, they are using this SERA. This is another example of innovation. Business planning and development. Friends, today we are talking about millet. We are talking about the IIR, Indian Institute of Millet Research, that business planning and development and a startup, and all together a startup in agriculture. This was the project, this was the component. And I remember the day when it was finalized, it was being finalized for the putting one startup centers at the Millet Research Institute. Nobody was ready except our chairman sir, a visionary person. You see today millet where it is now placed, he mentioned no, it has to be put in the Millet Institute, in the NARM also. NARM should be a mentor for the entire system, for the entire NAS. And today that is the interventions, most intelligent, most visionary interventions for the innovation. And today our entire NAR system is now getting the benefit of that startup and companies in agriculture. So thank you sir, thank you very much for your vision and foresight. In business planning and development units were developed, and all due to that innovation project where everything was at one place. Sir, I want to share one burning example. Day before yesterday when I was coming here, one farmer came, very innovative farmer came to my residence with somebody, and he was narrating that I am ready to invest for the processing of the mango bar. I am ready to invest for the processing of this guava bar, and he purchased IIHR technology by paying 65,000. Now his question was, sir, now I don't know how to get the standardization, how to get the license from the FFCI license and other licenses. I don't know. Being a farmer, I cannot pay that. I cannot pay also. That was the basic concept at one place. That our legal advisor will be there, technological support will be there, incubative will come, and he will be incubated for the period for a 1 year or so. And then, so when he came to me and he was telling me we should have this facility, we should have this facility, I mentioned that the same, this is the innovation. Need not to go several windows, but at the same single window, if he comes and he is satisfied with all sorts of his requirement, that is the innovation, and that project certainly. E-publication is another innovation, another innovation. Earlier, when you were submitting your papers for the Agricultural Research Journal and other things, it was taking 2.5 years for publication. But same 2.5 years was reduced in 2.5 months. You see that entire cycle has been reduced. This is the one of the perfect example. E-courses, the very important e-courses during the COVID period. when all the universities were closed, all the entire things were closed. This was your vision, sir. And during that period, they use e-contents, e-courses, whatever it was developed. So that was the innovation. Introduction of MOOC. At that time it was introduced in the system, and today, so these are the all. Agropedia. You see, Wikipedia you might be knowing, but what about the Agropedia? For all crops, and for Agropedia, the most important resource person in the in that project involvement was IIT and Honorable Vice Chancellor of this university. He was also there, and it was upscale to all the institute level and commodity-based crops level. That is the innovation. When nothing was there, that was the innovation. E-Granth, today, very proudly, at least we can say, as far as India is concerned, we have the thesis repository, entire thesis of agriculture sector from 1948 till today. It is at one place, that is the Krishi course. This was the innovation by combining entire library of the country, and then together, today, they are put together with the Krishi course. Without now today need not to pay any money for that maintenance and other things for that network, and you are benefiting others also. Our students are being benefited. Online classes. So all sorts of these are the examples of innovations where we work, and you all perform very well. This is all contribution by the Honorable Vice Chancellors. Credit goes to their universities for this kind of the work in our system. Today, you see, paperless office. Earlier we were simply listening, hearing that this country is having paperless office. But today we are having paperless, entire environment paperless. So this is another innovation when in our ICR system, in the university system also, we have the academic management system. Everything is online. All the institute, I have on my mobile, all 1.7 lakh students database I am having on my mobile for their entire information, their everything. This is a very powerful, that is the innovation today we have. Similarly, this monitoring system, e-office today, e-library and tablets, etc., barcode. Now, all these are the innovation products, innovation services that today we are using, and this has not come in a single day. It has taken a long path, a long contributions and dedication and commitments of our scientific community. So we have. You see, as far as the marketing and this extension is concerned, innovation, I remember this was the project Krishi, collaborated with the Tata Group, TCS Group, in our one of the project for the fishery, and it was exclusively used for the fishermen's their predictions where this is the fish density is there. Then this innovation was Institute of Oceanography was involved here. The technical support was from TCS, and other support was from our group, our institution, CMFRI, and all of us. And all together, information was being given to the fishermen that you have to reach to this place, and fish density is here at this time. And they were going, otherwise whole day roaming here and there, wasting a lot of diesels and other things and polluting the entire environment. And everything was controlled. This is the innovation. This is the example of innovation. E-Kisan, E-Mandi, E-Naam, everything, all these are the applications of innovations in agriculture particularly. Kisan Sarthi, the pioneer person, the Janak, Dr. A.K. Singh Sahab, the Vice Chancellor who is sitting over here. This is now, if the moment you get this one, it is, going to bring a lot of, information as far as this Kisan Sarthi is concerned, and this will be a sustainable model. 741, this is the, a lot of farmers are now having this access of this one at the village level. Innovation in agriculture, that is the decision support if you talk. We cannot imagine that is whether that decision support is based on models, that decision support is based on our sensors and other things, again it is model. So decision support system without innovation is not possible. And very, many of our institutes, two people are here who are the known as the, very strong as far as the modeling in agriculture is concerned. Dr. A.K. Singh sir, he has contributed a lot entire life as far as model is concerned. He has given so many models. Dr. B.K. Singh is another person sitting over here. So modeling and decision support system together. And we have a lot of products out of this decision support system, whether it is for the disease, it is for the irrigation and other things. Decision support system are being very used rigorously. Traceability, just now our chairman sir mentioned that how blockchain technology is now used. I'll come to the next. Sensor based technology, whether it is the animal science, it is the crop science. Today's sensor, the time has come for the sensor. I'll demonstrate, I'll give one example, and you can see in coming time, entire thing is going to be changed. Within this 2023, many things are going to be changed, a big change is going to be happen, it is most expected. So we have to be ready with all sorts of the innovations. Remote sensing and GIS, just now in earlier session, the chairman, Dr. V.S. Trivedi, he mentioned, remote sensing, our institute, NBSS LUP, leading to the, as far as GIS and remote sensing is concerned, and precision agriculture. Precision agriculture, laser leveling and other things, these are all based on sensor, all based on the sensor technology. I remember 2000 when our Dr. Dwivedi was also there in PDCSR, and when Director R.L. Jadhav came and he mentioned that precision agriculture, nobody was aware about what is this precision agriculture. Nobody, at that time no internet was there. No internet was there, but precision agriculture, and ICR took a lead for the mission mode project under the NATP for the precision agriculture, where that our ISS Bhopal, that was the lead center for the precision agriculture. So this is another area. Drone technology, Professor Misra, he is the expert, and he is going to so drone technology, all our, even the, now today, majority of the KVK are also having drone. And drone, only putting drone is not going to give any, output. But we have to do more and more research for developing the sensors. Sensors for the drones, sensor for the different kind of commodity crops, sensor for different types of the crops. So that is the drone technology is another area of the innovations where a lot of work is being expected. What are the advantages, disadvantages? I don't want to mention, you know better. And most important in drone technology, two things. One is the capacity building. Until unless we do at large scale the capacity building, who are going to be the pilot of that drone? How our students, more and more involvement of the students, and now today universities are also establishing. I am happy to say that our university has established drone centers for the capacity building and for the repair and maintenance and other things also. So we have taken the lead as far as this drone technology is concerned and signed our MOU, and the government is also supporting a lot for the this new technologies, new area of technologies. So these are the area. And drone technology not for the spraying the our fertilizer and other things. Most important is the monitoring component, monitoring the crops, monitoring the different types of the things that you can do through the drones. So that is another. Similarly, capacity building in drone technology is very, very much required, and we should have that because a lot of research scope is there as far as drone is concerned. Remote sensing and GIS, as I mentioned, that the monitoring, identification and area and crop cutting experiment. Earlier it was, everything was manual, but now it is in the blended form, manual as well as application of the GIS, and it has saved a lot of money which was manually being done earlier. Now it is based on our satellite image and other things. So Similarly, for the irrigation and nutrition and other things that you can use this one for the GIS and remote sensing. So this is the area of the new innovations. Artificial intelligence. I will not take much time. Most probably this will be my last slide. And what I am telling you, that this is going to change the entire world. Artificial intelligence, how it is going to change, I will show you. Because in coming time, when computer was introduced, everybody, most of the people, they agitated that once computer will come, our job will go out. But you see today, computer is now, we are the #1 as far as export of the IT services are concerned. That is the computer power, the kind of quantum power of the computer today we are able to see. And similarly, artificial intelligence will not be a kind of subject. Artificial intelligence will be known by every one of you. Like your mobile is based on artificial intelligence. Now need not to simply type your number. When you have to call somebody, need not to type, simply you tell 423-615, it will call that number. That is the power of artificial intelligence. Today morning, when I was coming here, I put, and this open source artificial intelligence, it was launched on 30th of November 2022 and full of rush. We are not getting, the moment you will log in, it will reject, because huge rush, entire world is going to that open source artificial intelligence platform. So how it is going to change, I will demonstrate. Can you help me? You see, simply you have to write here. On Dr. Punjab Singh, who is the Chancellor of the Central Agricultural University, this spelling click you have to click here. Now you see, this has come. This has come. In the heart of India, in Jhansi town, there is a man of vision of great renown. Dr. Punjab Singh, Chancellor of Fame, a leader in agriculture, a true game change in his name. His life's work to cultivate the land, to feed the hungry and nourish by hand. Likewise, you see the entire story, entire poem, you see. If I say simply put in Hindi, what I have to do? I will write simply put in Hindi or Urdu and any language you put. Just in Hindi. Okay? Now you see, it has come. हिंदी में कविता। रानी लक्ष्मीबाई केंद्रीय कृषि विश्वविद्यालय झांसी के चांसलर डॉक्टर पंजाब सिंह। झांसी नगर के मध्य दिखाता है एक व्यक्ति जिसे सभी मानते हैं बड़े, डॉक्टर पंजाब सिंह उनका नाम है। कृषि के क्षेत्र में उनकी बढ़ती छाप है। उनकी जीवन की यही महत्वपूर्ण कहानी है। जमीन को जीतने का हमेशा था ये जुनून है। अन्न उत्पादन के लिए किया उन्होंने अध्ययन। उनकी मेहनत से उगते खेतों के जहाज, गरीबों से so and so forth. You see how it is changing. Now, if you have to write a script, you have to write a Perl script, suppose, or Python program you have to write. Simply you have to write a Python program in so and so and so, and you will get the answer within no time. So this is the power of artificial intelligence, which is going to change the entire scenario. Entire scenario not only in agriculture, but in general in your life. Like today, mobile is dictating our day-to-day activity. So this is going to be happening. So this is artificial intelligence, and this will be now in our classroom and everywhere, even in schools. But if some technology is intelligent, there are so many drawbacks also. People will forget thinking. People to you remember जब हम लोग पहाड़ा याद रखते थे 30 तक पहाड़ा, लेकिन आज के डेट में आप पूछिए कि 5 छक्का क्या होगा तो कोई नहीं पता. मोबाइल वो अपना मोबाइल पर लगेगा करने. This is the drawback. And if we put this one in school, many of the schools they have banned this your GPT, because otherwise the student will simply do and copy. So the GPT means generative pre-trained transfer. This is a artificial intelligence language model based on the AI algorithm. So augmented reality and virtual reality. This is another area where a lot of scopes are there for agriculture. Now there is no need of separate your all equipment and device and machinery. You can make your own in a virtual mode. And almost all universities they are going to have this kind of AR and VR laboratory in our system. So this is another tool. Similarly for the diagnostic tool and marker assisted, this one the blockchain technology, traceability. Sir, in our area, in the area of Pusa in Bihar, 500 acres of land are there and farmers are agitating. There was no crop formation in the maize in 500 acres due to the seed, wrong seeds. If this traceability is there, you can trace from where it has originated. Similarly, in case of natural farming and organic farming, a lot of scope as far as this blockchain technology is there. So this will give the premium price for our farmers also. Similarly, for the robotics, speed breeding, this is another area. So all gene bank management, genome editing, the area of our, and this blended agriculture, blended learning, this is another area. And if you see the National Education Policy 2020, a lot of emphasis has been given for the blended agriculture, blended learning, where that you have to blend with the class teaching and other your online teaching and other things. So all together, until unless you think for a change, we cannot, achieve our goal. So change is must, but change is difficult. So these are the innovations going to change our entire area, and the way forward is a lot of capacity building is required in this area. Awareness is very, very required in the area. Technological hubs, because these are the budget incentives, that is the requirement. So hubs we have to create, and we have to share the resources to fulfill our aim and goals. Creating infrastructure, we have to create infrastructure until unless, and for that creating infrastructure, investment is very much required. So we have to think. So these are the area of the innovation. So with this, I will stop here, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, respected our Vice Chancellor, sir, for giving me the opportunity to come over this program. Thank you so much.
Vice Chancellor, CAU Pusa, as we are following discussion we will have after all the presentation or input we get from the panelists. To start with, may I request Dr. Indramani, please. Yeah, please. And please.
Respected Dr. Punjab Singh Ji, Dean of the Agriculture System, wonderful poem Dr. Pandey presented. The Vice Chancellor of this great university, Dr. A.K. Singh Sahab, our mentor, Dr. A.K. Singh, former DDG, NRM, Dr. Dwivedi, all dignitaries present in this, hall, ladies and gentlemen, and my dear faculty member and students. So Dr. Pandey has given an overview of smart technologies, innovations, and particularly those implemented in ICR, and many other things he covered, and that was a great overview. I would like to focus on, because yesterday Dr. Singh, Dr. A.K. Singh spoke about importance of drone, and then there were a lot of discussions. So I thought I was not ready, but I had a presentation. I just little modified that, let me concentrate on drone only. Yeah. So this is, you all know, friends, that next agriculture revolution will be driven by data, which will help to increase agriculture productivity with minimum damage to the environment and increase livelihood for communities involved in agriculture. And this is a great statement given by our Prime Minister, solution to various issues in agriculture through modern technology are needed, and he said that artificial intelligence, blockchain, drone technology to counter the issues like hunger, poverty, and malnutrition. That means agriculture is going to be technology-led agriculture. Agriculture is going to be smart agriculture. So drone is one which we are talking, and why I took this as a topic, because this is one area where government is very serious, and we have moved a lot, and a long distance we have moved, and you all know that drone use in different areas, how it is going to help with the availability of sensors. Drones can detect the things which are beyond the visible range of human sight, and in real time, more accurate, reliable, and objective information can be derived from drones in greater detail and with fewer errors. And these are the several areas: soil and field analysis, planting crops and trees, crop spraying, irrigation scheduling, crop monitoring, weed identification, crop health assessment, crop insurance, geofencing, and livestock management. It is rightly said that so far it is mainly used for pesticide and application only, but government plan and the research efforts are on to make it cover all the strength of drone. Lot of institutions and a number of institutions have been working on this, and many, this is not exhaustive list, but under the dynamic leadership of Dr. A.K. Singh, when he was DDG Extension and Director IRI, we started working at IARI, and that was the time we were given the responsibility to develop guidelines for drone application. So one success story, all of you know that the locust attack affected about 90,000 acres in 20 districts of Rajasthan, and then Union Ministry of Civil Aviation gave permission to Rajasthan government, and central ministry also picked up, and this problem was addressed. And to your information, that India is the first country in the world which successfully controlled desert locusts through drones. So this gave strength actually to ministry that lot of potential is there in drone, and that's how something is started which we call that an interface was there between ICR and the ministry, and ICR was given responsibility to develop guidelines for drone. Then DDG Engineering, Dr. Raju Sundaram was chair, and I was made convener of that committee, and that worked, we worked hard, and then came out with guidelines. These were the original guidelines, DGCA guidelines for drone, and in this there was no mention of agricultural drones. So we just gave nano, micro, small, medium, and large category of drones, and then drones should have ETA, equipment type approval, NP, NT, no permission, no takeoff, unique identity, unhackable, and well protected. The remote pilot should have practical training at any DGCA approved flying training organization. Drone user manual maintenance, handbook, etc. should be supplied to you. This was the initial status. There was no mention about agricultural drones and agricultural application. And that's why Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare took this and took help of ICR. and came out with the guidelines. So that's what I was mentioning, that there was an interface on 18th of April 2019, where a decision was taken to entrust responsibility to ICR. And then ICR took up this one, and I was a convener of this one. And what we did, one thing, that this was innovation, sir, that we included basically industry also, both drone industry and insecticide industry also, and fertilizer industry also, and together we developed the guidelines by taking this, so that whatever the recommendations should come, they should be adopted by the industry and the industry of drone industry and input industry. And that's what Dr. Rekha was mentioning, that involvement of government was very, so research institution, then government, and then industry. All three came together, and farmers also, and we developed guidelines. So this was one exercise we did. We took that taking these industries together. We ourselves did pilot experiment in on farmers' field. So this is a scene at in Haryana and Tarawadi area, and we then experimented on small crop like paddy, middle crop like sugarcane, and the high crop like fruit tree, and they came out with the suggestions. So that's what I said. Sugarcane, paddy, and pears, they were selected, and then we opted industry representative, and then study area were IRI also, and Tarawadi area in Haryana, and we came out with the initial observations which we were having fear that because of swirling effect, because a lot of air movement, and whether it will be possible to apply these input by drone or not possible. So we ourselves experimented, sir, and we saw that the application, since it is vertical, so it was going from top to the root. Every portion of the plant, was getting input application, and then uniformity also. And then even we call whether it is applicable for small farm or not, we make a matrix of 20 into 16 meter, even less than that, and you can mark it, and drone will go there and apply the input and come back. So it is not like that. It is really large area. It will be useful. It can be useful for even a small area. So these are the things in the field we did experiment. I said that mark the small area and requested drone go there, do the job, come back, and that was done successfully. So that gave us strength that okay, we can do the job whether horizontally or vertically, going up to tree crop also and small crop also. We can do this drone can perform the job. So we came out with the guidelines, and I have included here in presentation only two for CIBRC and another for manufacturer. We gave in fact to ICR also, to ministry also, to DGCA also. So good thing was that on the request of ministry, DGCA, on our recommendation, DGCA then gave permission that okay, go for, and they gave. And then at that time, Joint Secretary DGCA was there, and that is known to all that there were n number of farms and n numbers of formality. Those were reduced to very few number, and that's how we came out. That now drone was accepted as a means technology, and DGCA allowed drone. We requested call it Krishi drone. They said no, call it Kisan drone. So Kisan drone was finally accepted. That VK Singh is here and many other my friends were there. We all were in the committee. So, but to CIBRC, there is a recommendation that they should regularly monitor and issue the guidelines for applying proper pesticide through drone. Applicability of pesticide by drone to be endorsed on label and leaflet of the pesticide formulation. And similarly, other points we give. CIBRC has allowed a certain number of around 400 formulations, but only for 1 year. That means we are not having clear-cut data that these formulations can be applied on long basis to avoid phytotoxicity, also and effectiveness, to ensure both. So that is one thing which CIBRC is working with the institutions. Okay, and then recommendation for manufacturer we gave, and so we came out with the standard operation procedure at field level. In this we have recommended, we have given all the points. I will request that this should be shared with the, although this is available on with the ministry website also. So these are different standards, guidelines we gave. And finally, national policy on drone use in agriculture, sir, was adopted. This cabinet, honorable minister, Union Minister of Agriculture with other dignitaries, they accepted this one. And in between, two more committees were formed, sir. As you said, that not for pesticide only, there another committee was formed under my chairmanship that was on SOP for spraying soil and crop nutrient by using drones. So not only for pesticides, but soil and crop nutrients also. Now, based on that, this report came, but government said that no, even for crop specific, you tell X crop what should be the recommendation, Y crop what should be the recommendation, because one generic recommendation will not go. So that was one thing, and we submitted that report that was accepted by the government. That is yet to be released, but immediately government said now crop specific SOP for application of various forms of soil and plant nutrients should also be made. So that also that job has been interested on me myself, Dr. Singh and many other experts from industry, all are there. We are working on it. This is just to tell you one example that what are different aspects, like when you are going for crop specific, for 10 crop we have given, I'm just giving an example that what factors are important, like what should be drone flying speed during flying, during launch, then drone height above crop, then water volume, what will be required based on crop, then anti-drift, whether it required droplet size for fumigation, droplet for insecticide, then what will be the discharge rate, angle is very important, swatch width is important, number of nozzles is important, for pressure is to be given. So these all data are generated and we gave for different kinds, including summer and rain season, what should be the suitable time, in winter time, what should be, when it should not be applied. That, so that also, we gave particularly for strictly avoid spraying during flowering stage. Then what should be the temperature, humidity, wind speed, all these data have been provided. And then what should be site-specific recommendations were also given. What should be the length of buffer zone? But yesterday we were discussing that what should be water body is there and other crop. I'm not interested in that drone is spray effect should come in my crop. So those all things and these are the for different crops. These are the formulations which are approved by DGRC. As I said, this is for only 1 year. So this is one area which is lacking where we have where the system has to work and come out with the proper recommendation. We developed for drone boom spread equation formula also we gave to the government that can be used by the final user depending upon nozzle size, spray angle, what should be best. So how you have to manage. So little bit some equation and formula, and then we gave different kind of scare before spray, during spray, after. The detail is given in the guideline. And then based on that, we had recommended that this is important that it should be, assistance should be given. And on the recommendation of this committee, drone was included in such submission of agricultural mechanization. So it is considered a tractor. What all facilities are available on tractor, that should be given to this also. And then government accepted that 100% support to FMTTI, ICR, KBK, SAU, 75% subsidy to FPOs, 40 to 50% for individual farmers, and 40% to up to rupees 4 lakh, this for FPO or entrepreneurs. So all these are available, and based on that, you all know Dr. A.K. Singh was leading this program. 300 drones, have been, approved for different. The purpose was simple: make farmers aware. It should not be a fearful technology. It should become a friendly technology. So all these efforts have been made, and I want to say this pro forma we have developed. It has been approved by ministry to all the universities that data has to be. The one thing is very important, that sufficient data is not available. So this is only one point. That's here. So this is all we have given, and this is all available with the university. My request with the Vice Chancellors, please see that whosoever team is working in India, this data Government of India wants, and we have to supply this data. Finally, this is direction of FMPP. This is 3 or 4 important points are there. that what has been discussed here. On 3rd of April 2023, Secretary Agriculture mentioned this, that pesticide, nutrient application, health monitoring, everything is included and all data should flow in to the ministry. All universities ICR should provide information. Drone committee appointed by Government of India should get all this data to provide recommendation to the government. One important thing is that different institutions were given fund, all university vice chancellors and directors who are available. Government of India has said that use the fund which has been provided even beyond 31st for demonstration and for purchase of drone. So that has 58 drones, 58 institutions, 58 drones are yet to be purchased out of 300. So those the government secretary has asked that to purchase those drones and give training, and that's what he said. How long we will be going to see the technology to Israel? Let sometime Israel should come and see the technology. That is the call by the government. Let us work on it. Thank you very much. As you know, Dr. Pandey was telling, we purchased from ICR fund, from NAHE fund, and from our fund 5 drone fleets there at Parbhani, and we have started our own custom hiring system at our university. And thank you very much. So sorry, I took little time, but this message was related to 2 things important. Whatever money is left with you by Government of India out of those 300 drones, please use that, purchase it. That is message, that proceeding is coming. And data you have to provide to Government of India, because this is one important thing, that sufficient data is not available on use of drones for pesticide application, for crop nutrient application, for crop health monitoring, everything. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pandey, panelists, honorable, respected Dr. Punjab Singh Saab, Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. A.K. Singh, honorable Vice Chancellors and other delegates present in the hall. At the outset, I would like to compliment organizers for scheduling this very important topic in this brainstorming meeting. For the last 2 days, we have been talking on sustainable agriculture, conservation of natural resources, enhancing input use efficiency, protection of environment, all these. And if we do not apply high-end technologies, we cannot achieve these goals. Nowadays we are talking about precision agriculture, smart farming, digital agriculture, so many things. In all these, the application of high-end technology like artificial intelligence, drone, Internet of Things, machine learning, all these are applied. I will not take much time, so I will pinpointedly speak some of the things. Now, under NAIP project, there are so many projects which have been sponsored to different institutions, IITs, NITs, ICR institutes, SAUs. So NAIP, National Agriculture Innovation Project, National Fund, DST, DBT, and Consortia Research Platform on agriculture mechanization. So precision agriculture, all these are going on in different institutions of ICR, SAUs and IITs. So many things are going on. I would like to give some examples of how this technology, where these technologies are applied, like plant disease identification. So drone coupled with hyperspectral imaging camera can capture the images. Those images are analyzed using machine learning algorithms. So crop health monitoring is monitored using these technologies, like irrigation automation. Irrigation, BISA farm, there is automated irrigation system. At CI Bhopal, where the director of Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering Bhopal, our scientists developed Internet of the irrigation automated system based on Internet of Things. So simply putting sensors recording moisture, soil moisture data, temperature data, water level, all these are analyzed and whatever requirement of crop is there, water requirement of crop is there, only that much is applied using this system. Pest and weed control. So site specific application of insecticide, pesticide. Wherever there is insect infestation, pest infestation, only at that portion the insecticide and pesticide are applied. So this has also been developed at CI Bhopal. Agribots, robotics. There is a problem, there is challenge of picking coconut fruit. This is tall fruit, it is not earlier. There were climbers. They were trained and they used to climb and they used to pick up the fruit. Nowadays, we are not, the farmers are not finding climbers. Nobody is ready to climb on the tree. So this is big challenge, and ICR received request from different corner to develop a system for picking of coconut fruit. So some institutions started working on, like TNU and other ICR institutes. They started, but so far no one has been successful on this robotic system for fruit picking. So work is still going on this. Livestock farming, automated robotic milking, whatever feed requirement of animal is there based on artificial intelligence and data. Only that much is applied, nutrient and feed. Only that much is applied to the animals. So these are the applications. Yield monitoring, grain storage system. If there is grain inside the bin or silos, if there is infestation in the grain, insect pests are there, those are detected putting the sensors, and one can know if that there is insect infestation in the grain. Fruits and vegetable grading. All these things are going on at CI Bhopal. Actually, at Central Institute of Agriculture in Bhopal, there is a consortia research platform on precision agriculture, and AICRP is that they are working. So at least 50 technologies have been developed based on these systems. Fruits and vegetable grading. So so far there is size grading, but if fruit has to be graded based on color, there is a machine vision system, images are captured, those are analyzed, and defected fruits or color of different fruits, they are separated. So many things are going on. At CI Bhopal, I will give some of the examples of work which have been done. Low cost SPAD meter for determining chlorophyll content of the crops, and based on that the application of urea is there. That is applied, urea is applied. Uniform rate sprayer, variable rate spectral reflectance based urea applicator for crop dressing. GPS based variable rate applicator that saves 8 to 15% urea in rice wheat system. IIT Kharagpur developed image based herbicide applicator. Like PU Ludhiana developed optical sensor based fertilizer application system. And there is success story, I will talk on this. Microsoft in collaboration with ICRISAT, they developed artificial intelligence sowing app. It sends sowing advisories to the farmers about the optimization of optimal date of sowing. So there is app, it works on the artificial intelligence machine learning principle, and it sends the information to the farmers that optimal date of sowing, and farmers increase the production by 30% using this app. This is success story. So a lot of things are going on. Application of all these high-end technologies in agriculture. I have given some of the examples, but there are some constraints also. Actually, many institutions are working in isolation. IITs are working on their own. ICR institutes, SUs are working on their own. IIT people do not know about cropping system, crop system, about agriculture system, and SUs, ICR institutes, they are not very much expert in electronic and computer system. So all need to come on one platform. They need to work on in consortium mode, and an interdisciplinary approach should be there. Only then it will be possible to develop a good technology. machine manufacturer, there is a constraint. If we are able to develop, like CI Bhopal has developed at least 15 technologies, but they are lab scale technologies. It is difficult to scale up unless machine manufacturers come forward. The existing machine manufacturers cannot manufacture these equipment machines based on electronic and computer systems. So they need to be, we need to develop manufacturers for manufacturing, scaling up these technologies. And sometimes we have faced problem of sensors, low cost sensors, good quality, low cost sensors are not available. So this is one of the constraints. And HRD, like Dr. Misra and Dr. Pandey mentioned, human resource development and capacity building, that is very much essential. Our scientists, technicians, they need to be trained in this area, and capacity building is also very much required. So with this I end my talk. Actually, I wanted to update the ongoing work in this area. Thank you very much.
Three panelists, I would very much request if you could kindly adhere to the time schedule. We are already, much behind. Please, Dr. P.M. Chauhan, either
Chairman sir, co-chairman sir, vice chancellor sir, respected Punjab Singh sir and AK Singh sir and all dear friends. Since this section is on innovative and smart technology, and I would like to talk on agrivoltaic system. It's a very innovative and smart technologies coming up. As far as in India concerned, hardly few pilot plants are available, but in Germany, USA, this technology is rapidly coming up. And recently the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources has also formed a task force, and I am also a member of the invited member of this task force for to evaluate the agrivoltaic technology for Indian prospects. As we know that there have been three pillars for sustainability of that. One is the social, and then environment and economy. And the social is based, particularly the improving the people's quality of life, as well as the environment, then saving the natural resources and providing the ways to economics, the stability. These are the three pillars that of the sustainability. And as we know that after the food, the energy is the most requirement for the improving the quality of life and the economic stability. And in our rural areas, nowadays, earlier only 56% of the electricity was available in 2011, but now almost 97% the electrification is available, and due to that the lot of progress and quality of the life is improving. And so we need to have a new concept and approaches, and we have to manage our renewable and non-renewable sources for the sustainability, including the agriculture, energy, biodiversity, and the supporting services. And so far, if we consider the agrivoltaic technology as a smart agriculture or a emerging technology, then we can fight against the poverty, and we can also provide the good employment in a rural area, and we can help to the people for better economy and changing the lifestyle. If you see that in the case of the agriculture, about 18% greenhouse gas emission is from the agriculture, as is contributing the 17% in GDP, whereas mainly because of the fast degradation of land and because of the high use of the government subsidized fertilizer and pesticide, the present consumption of the pesticide is about in world is 135 kg per hectare, whereas in case of in India it is about 175 kg per hectare. And due to that, the land degradation and the problems of the climate change is occurring, and we have to constantly change our strategy of production. Whereas in other side, if you see that we are nowadays much more and more the renewable energy sources is used for the energy generation. As well as we are also a very powerful the solar based energy generation system, and in India about 81% land is suitable for solar energy generation, and including the agricultural land. If we can use the 1% even agricultural land, we can generate the 600 gigawatt of the electricity, which is very useful for the obtaining our sustainability in energy and agriculture. The government has already set the target of every year the 6% energy growth, and by 2030 we need the 50% more energy from the various sources. So far this 500 gigawatt production target is set by 2030, and about 300 gigawatt is to be obtained from the solar energy itself. And at present we have reached the 63 gigawatt and fourth largest in the world, and the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources has one scheme of Kusum. Under that already 500. Yeah, that is I'm coming. That's coming. Okay. Okay. See, the agrivoltaic system at present we have in a very small areas. If you see that we can be used it as a crop production, animal husbandry, eco services, then mounted for the panels for the greenhouses and all that. And at present we can have one study that analyze that showing that about the profit from this agrivoltaic system. If the 30% shade is available, mainly the concern is the design of the agrivoltaic system. The shade is the biggest problem, but nowadays, as said, the innovative technology in IoTs, that the computerized system is available for designing the agrivoltaic system, where the shade, you can minimize the shade on the crop, and the number of the crops you can grow under this agrivoltaic system. And before that, we have to also analyze the SWOT analysis of this. So strengths are the rural electrification, water conservation, increase in farm yield, income generation, whereas the weakness is high cost, no incentives from the government side at present, lack of awareness, end of life of management, that means the problem of the life of the solar cells, aging. And the threats are also there, that theft and all that, and opportunities are definitely that in our India, that a lot of nowadays the solar panels are manufactured by the Indian company itself. Earlier China was the major exporter for the India point of view. The Indian was the importing that panels, but now the government has made the clear guidelines that the manufacturer from the India itself, that they can get the incentives from the India. So these are some strength and weakness of the. And according to that, number of plants that are if you see the farming techniques which makes the agriculture sustainable, the organic farming increases the income, and reduces this. But similarly, the agrivoltaic system that can help to increase the income, to improve the yield, then reduce the gas, greenhouse gas, and electrification, as well as low adaptability. It means the next generation, next technology for agriculture revolution is the agrivoltaic system. If the energy sustainability and the agriculture sustainability is to be achieved, some plants that is already installed at many places in India, and including the Kazari, MET University, JU Junagadh, as well as the number other places. Recently, I have also received a invitation from the BBC to for making a documentary on our agrivoltaic system, and so nowadays, as well as I was also invited from the Germany, that Indo-German Energy Forum, and agrivoltaic system, they are very much interested, the government also, to how to popularize it in a government. But the problem is that farmers and the having not that much of cost to put on this solar power plant, elevated solar power plant, and for that there is some DISCOM or a partnership is to be made. You can see that this is our plant at Junagadh, and we have tested that for the various crops, and we found that the production is almost at par from outside and inside, and in fact it is rather helping to the generating the energy which we are using it for our running the department and university, as well as it is also helping to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and a lot of carbon sequestration that can be we can achieve. So this is the findings are the 10 to 15% higher production we can obtain under the agrivoltaic system, as well as the energy. So the land equivalent ratio that we can get from 1.8 and even more than 2. So this is the major benefit of the agrivoltaic system. But way forward and policy recommendations are definitely help to promote this technology is that we need a certain policies, because the farmers are to be secured with the help with the some sort of the policies matter, particularly if when it comes with the contact with the DISCOM or with a MOU with the DISCOM, then they have to be secured with the certain policies. So these are some way forwards and recommendation for the policies. Finally, I can conclude that if this technology, promising technologies to be made popular, then the farmers have to willingly come forward to with the DISCOM partners, and some government has to make the policy incentives for this kind of the technology. Thank you very much.
Activities going on in the College of Food Technology in front. So the first thing is that we also working on the development of the technology based on the problem facing by the farmers. So like a harvester, automatic harvesters, fruits and vegetable, even the makhana harvesters, those things we have developed, we have patented also. And some of the products also we already have transferred the technology, like a pineapple powders, even the fruits and beverages, even instant kheer mixer also we already transferred technologies. So we are running this program, that is a BTech Food Technology program, 4 years. So now we have coming into the picture that the slogan is coming in that way: enter as a student and go back as an entrepreneur. So there is a slogan of that one. Based on that, we work on the system like this. So this 4-year degree course, we have provided some of the land. And then they will cultivate as per their season and requirement. They maintain the agriculture, all the plants, they harvesting. Then after harvesting, they will process this one. After the processing, they will the value-added product. In the processing, the product development will be coming there. And then in this case, so then IoT will be coming in the picture, that one, to maintain the quality standards, even the tracking of the products. So no need to see the manufacturing date and what is that, base before use, all this thing you don't need it. Just a color indicator is coming. Just see the color indicator, you can say it is within the permissible date, or it is the over data. So this type of things will be coming into the pictures. So that particularly then after this making the products, so they will be making the profiling of the nutritional profiling of the products, then designing the packaging, Then after that they will be cost calculation, they will do that one. So finally they will be put confidence that the product what he has developed, he has completely analyzed, and that this can be made into the DPR and it can be transferred to the technology, this industry. So in that way we adopt a village. They are mostly in the village, they are all the women's workforce is there. So there what we have given this technology to them and including a training program. So that's why they can make it their own earning things. So this is the complete what is the protocol of our degree course of the BTech Food Technology. So this is the way we are working on that one. And apart from that, these students will be sending to the different food industry like Amul, the Britannia, Univic, the Nutra Planet. So like that they will sending that for 3 months, 4 months in front training, so that they have a full confidence that when they come out from the colleges, so they don't need to search a job now. They have their own entrepreneurship quality and they can give the job to the others. So there is one small innovation we have applying in our degree course. Another one small one we have is ecotourism. It is the supervision of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Mishra and Mishra. So under that we have made a module like that, ecotourism of all the 7 states of the Northeast will be put into our farm complex. And there we will be displaying all the cultures of all the different states will be showing that one. Among them, so our food technology college has given the one assignment that you make one food museum. So in the food museum we will be showing the different types of indigenous food of the different states of the Northeast, from Nagaland, Manipur, all these things, and we will be showing how they prepare it. Then what is the medicinal value of that one? So all this will be displayed there. And then next to that one, we will be one restaurant. So whatever you have seen in that, whichever you want to taste it, you can have it in there. So that way, one small module we have made it. So next time when you come to the Impal, so you can see this, what is going on that one. So we already coming in the picture, and even the resource also will be in the complex of that one. So this is the dream of our VC sir. So I hope that this will be fulfilled in the coming years. Thank you.
Excellent. We have got the last panelist, Dr. Anil Kumar, Director of Education.
Dr. Pulakman Pandey, Dr. Anupam Mishra, our fellow panelists, and also Honorable Chancellor of this university, Dr. Punjab Singh sir, Vice Chancellor of different university, and our esteemed colleagues, deans and director. As we know that there is a shift in paradigm from deterioration to sustainable production system, and since last 2 days we are discussing about the importance of natural resources and also the sustainable production system through the proper and judicious management of natural and biological resources, and which are largely deteriorated. Under such circumstances, the precise mapping of the land, soil fertility, that is macro and micronutrient, water bodies, biodiversity, cropping system, forest, air quality, etc. is the need of to monitor the real-time status and protective measure to save our resources. This really requires the need of science and technology-led innovations and intervention. As already pointed out our fellow panelist, Dr. K.K. Singh, that there is a need of high-end technologies for mitigating all the problems related to natural resource management. In the inaugural session also, our Honorable Vice Chancellor has touched upon the One Health concept, which means holistic integration of the health of the natural resources, which ultimately affect the holistic health of the plants to animals and also the human being. And as we know that soil health is directly affecting the health of many ecosystems due to deficiency of macro and micronutrient in the soil, and ultimately affecting the soil plant nutrition, having direct impact on the animal and human nutrition. Deterioration of natural resources has impacted badly on the quality of life, and thus nutrient cycling being a key factor in deciding the maintenance of human health and onset of the disease must be addressed.
And there is also urgent need to extensively work on regenerative agriculture for the development and application of the modern tools of frontier sciences and technology at the farm level, and also by applying scale, speed, efficiency, knowledge and investment in the human capital in agriculture and allied sciences. In 21st century, nanotechnology, biotechnology and information communication technology can play pivotal role not only in the soil improvement, crop production, but also precision farming and crop improvement through innovation in research, capacity building and creating awareness to protect the natural resources. In the side of innovation in research, the focused area of innovation research are productivity, sustainability and environmental safety by the application of these potential technology. And some of the examples of these potential technology are the nanotechnology application, and certainly these nanotechnology application will enhance the nutrient and water use efficiency, nutrient-enriched compost using nanonutrients and consortium of beneficial microorganisms, super-adsorbent nanopolymer, nutrient-enriched bio and nanochar, nanoclays, nanofertilizer, nanopesticide, nanosensor for monitoring the condition of the natural resources. And we have worked on extensively using cow urine as a catalytic agent for the formation of nanominerals particle and such as iron, zinc, copper, calcium, so that they could be utilized very well for not only agronomic fortification, but simultaneously they also help in the production scenario. And in the biotechnology side, the application include the development of climate resilience and biofortified crop, that is climate smart crop cultivar with higher nutritional value, and also the genomics assisted breeding and genome editing to produce the designer crop and livestock by fast targeted manipulation of allele variation for creating the novel diversity and also the conservation of the biodiversity. And it is a matter of great pleasure that in this university we have started this DBT HRD supported agriculture biotechnology program. This has been funded by the Department of Biotechnology, and certainly this will help in development of this frontier science, so that we can able to develop several novel tools for crop improvement program. And particularly we have also using this GBS, genotype by sequencing technology, for allele mining, and particularly we have worked on the calcium trait, so that we are identifying what are the alleles involved in the accumulation of calcium in the seed. Then subsequently third technology is the ICT technology, that is called future of agriculture, and it belongs to digital technology which relies on the computational intelligence. And here these technology include IoT, of course already discussed by previous speaker, but I am just summarizing these technology like IoT, big data analytics, smart farming, having potential impact on agriculture resource management and agriculture value system through farm extension advisory mechanism, and also the extension 4.0 at village level is required, so that the farmer becomes smart, smart farming practices could be adopted, and smart villages could be developed in a agriculture ecosystem. Then application of computational and communication power of today's resources such as AI, GIS, GPS, drone, satellite imaging, robotics tool are the timely intervention to create modeling, simulation and decision support system for mapping and conservation of the natural resources. Application of IoT in a smart agriculture include robotics, weeding robotics, machine navigations, harvesting robotics, material handling, drone, that is remote sensing, crop monitoring, weather conditions, soil quality, and also the computer imaging which is required for quality control, sorting and grading, irrigation monitoring, and also which enhance the resource use efficiency. And certainly, sir, that in this university under the leaders of our Vice Chancellor, we have established a interdisciplinary and interinstitutional center of advanced sciences and technology, where we can run many of these PG programs of agriculture biotechnology, computer application, food science and technology, and such center already been initiated by SK University Kashmir and also TNAU and Anand. And certainly in this university, once we have this kind of center, then certainly we can able to practice these frontier sciences in very well. Now another issue is the capacity building. Bus, 2 minutes. Capacity building in our university, we are also trying to go long way to develop skilled manpower and quality human resources in nano bioinformation technology for mapping the component of natural resources and also in turn promoting sustainability in the agriculture environment. And awareness campaigns should also be required for management of these natural resources. Considering its importance in our life, we have to create scientific awareness and also inclusion of the ancient wisdom of socio-religious and mythological story to respect Panch Mahabhuta of our life. We have to work extensively to following the notion, life for the environment and environment for the life, and thus take mitigating measures accordingly to protect planet and humanity through a system level approach. Thank you very much.
We had very, very useful input from the keynote address and the very status of those, how many experiments they were done, data generated, which are very, very useful to assess in the first hand that possibility of blending IoT and similar other innovative technology in crop production, crop protection, secondary agriculture, increasing efficiency and effectiveness of input use. So I thank you very much. I mean, is there any discussion, maybe one or two questions, if anyone likes to add? Yeah, please. Mike, please.
I am a Rosin, I am brilliant with RLBCAU, and my question is related to ChatGPT AI.
We are at the infancy stage of the technology. One of the panelists, presented. We speak about drone, but the question is that its efficacy would depend on many parameters. And the panelists in an excellent way, very detailed ways. Question is that its more application, would depend on the use in some of the specific cases, and once we generate enough information on that, we will do. However, there is immense scope for use of many of the technology in administration, and I am sure many of the universities it is underused already. Safety and security of the information system, that's a very important part. I don't have any idea why Italy has banned it, why Germany has banned it, but the entire world today is very much cautious because everything gets connected with everything. I mean, you can think that in mobile one call from somebody, once I accept it, then my account may go out. Hold money in my bank account. So question is that it is not in Germany, it is not in Italy, it is everywhere. Question is that we will have to work within that system. Thank you very much. That of course your suggestion is very much well taken. Any other, please, one more, if anything is there on the issue. I think, okay, before I conclude, may I request you, I again once, just a minute, I am introducing him Dr. P.M. Pandey, distinguished director of Bundelkhand Institute of Technology. So I am sure that we will get some very valuable impact. But before that, would you excuse me, please?
One suggestion is that for the ICR education department, that artificial intelligence in agriculture, that one faculty that should be started in universities. That will help to for the latest development in agriculture.
Okay. Now, so thank you, Chairman Sir, for giving me this opportunity. I was going through the 3-4 panelists and also the keynote speaker, and definitely it is very heartening to know that today we have entered in a stage that we are thinking and rather started implementing the advanced technologies, the smart technologies, which are generally concentrated in engineering domain to our agricultural field. I cannot stop myself to thank Dr. Amresh Chandraji, who is present here. I think a month back he invited me to the other university close by, and then I actually realized the potential that how really the sciences and technologies can play a vital role in definitely in the future, or we can say the economics of a country like ours. So I am really grateful to him, because the kind of potential, it was only something which was more theoretical, which we used to realize in terms of data in the study. However, I found it very practically, and I could realize the size of the problems which are present with the agricultural domain. And my request, because this is a panel of all honorable Vice Chancellor who have been the eminent scientists in the field of agriculture, like in the various technology-oriented institutions, including the premier institutions like IITs, we have introduced the various courses which even belong to medical sciences now. But it is, I'll say, probably people could not think, and today I am of the view that because if we really see the impact of economy of any country, it's the service industry, it's the agricultural industry, it's also the manufacturing which are going to play a vital role. So the concept of agricultural sciences and technology, that kind of subject may also be introduced to the engineering school. Because I realized very lately that how really it is important to shape and what is the volume of the problems and what are the kind of challenges which are there. So this is my humble request to all panel that they should pass on this information to the Ministry of Education, so that such subjects can also be included. Like we have subjects on environmental science, we have subjects on biotechnology. So this subject is also equally important. Second, as far as these smart technologies like artificial intelligence, or maybe the drone technology, or maybe the IoT technology which are concerned, they are supposed to be very judiciously introduced along with the agricultural technology. And of course, as far as the field of application is concerned, where it should reach and where it must stop. That is a very, very important question for a country like ours, which is full of youth, which is full of people, manpower, I'll say unemployed manpower who are present in our country. So the question has already been raised by our honorable speaker, that there was a hesitation in introduction of, say, some sort of microprocessor technology or maybe the computers to our country. But lately we have accepted it. But even though today my personal feeling is that only in those areas where things cannot be achieved without introduction of such smart technologies. Only those areas such things must be introduced, and where we should engage our youth, we should try to take work from them. This is what my view is, and I feel that is going to create a lot of employment to our youth in our country. Now, the very important point which honorable member present in this hall has raised about the artificial intelligence, that how really it is important and what are the limitations, where are the problems, where are the in terms of security, safety, what are the issues. So in smart technologies, if we see, the backbone of these smart technologies is the cyber physical system. And the cyber physical system is nothing but having the digital database of whatever area you want to introduce it. So having a very interesting, very big database of various agricultural, I'd say, things, which may include fertilizers, which may include crops, which may include spotters, anything. So that database is something that must be made, but how really this information must be utilized, that is again a question, and there has to be a high-level committee which must see it, and where it is to be stopped, that a very judicious decision is to be taken. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Another part regarding this entrepreneurship development, because we have required a lot of 10 manpower. How we can develop some modern one student entrepreneurship? Still our students, they are not very keen interest in their academic research, PhD or MSc for this type of area. Because most of the universities don't have trained teachers also. That is why our students are afraid to take this type of research work with them. So we have to think in totality, like security of point of view, human resource, and some other center of excellence and some entrepreneurship. That is my suggestion for this session. I thank you very much for inviting me as a co-chair in this session, and very important topic. It's really very innovative topic also. Thank you.
Giving such a sessions, and I am fortunate to participate. We have, the wide application of sensors. We have learned about the GPS sensor, agriculture temperature sensors, accelerometers, smart camera, geopowered agriculture, soil and energy monitoring, reducing water footprint. I am sure our eminent expert of ANRM will be happy that many of these sensor technology really can bring, reduce the footprint, increase the biocapacity by increasing the efficiency of water use, efficiency, air pollution monitoring, and overall saving the environment, which was a very important issue. And every session, somehow or other, that topic was getting in. Drones technology, we have got a very extensive information from the Honorable Vice Chancellor Parvani. Only I can add that there is the business model of drone worked out by Syngenta, and it is under demonstration. So when we talk about startup, when we talk about the business model of innovation, drone is coming in. I mean, the business model. So for the farmers, it is not easily approachable. Some experimentation, somewhere government sponsor, but it is going to the farmers level. That will be a big opening. Robotics, probably not much detail was spoken. I just touched for autonomous precision seeding, which is a very, very important part. There is also multi-talented robot. I mean, identifying the weeds and exactly spraying on that, leaving your crop, a micro-spraying robot, and a robotic automation process, and a robot to remove weeds, which is a very, very important and labor, intensive practices. Then, robot assisted precision irrigation, sorting and packing. The primary processing can be very effectively done by the robots with the intelligence of sorting and packing. Blockchain, I told that most used IoT today, if you see the examples of your grape net, peanut net, meat net, anar net, basmati net, all are in a field application of blockchains. And even in fishery, other day we had lots of discussion for the exports of shrimp, for the exports of any other meat. Because agriculture, one characteristic is that for secondary agriculture, this is one product, multiple sources. Unlike any other sector where your one source, one product, but agriculture you will have to, because our small and marginal farmers, you will have 10,000 farmers producing one product in one place. So the traceability has been found to be extremely effective for certification on transparency, analytics, security, streamlining operation, and customer engagement. You will have geographical traceability, you will have production traceability, and you will have biological traceability, so that customer can know. One important item, probably not much touched upon, is that your blending of learning, blended learning. The blended learning, originated in Ireland, and with the principles of 3 E's, and 3 E's are the, it's an emerging technology with the emphasis on employability, entrepreneurship, and these are the 3 basic principles of the blended learning. ICAR organized a huge workshop, seminar, international conference on that, particularly for blended learning, and extremely useful for multi-campus institution sharing of expertise, your experts in one place, but he or she to be made useful in many of the other places. That kind of, I was told that many of the agriculture universities has been equipped with the smart classroom. So such kind of, smart classroom and with blended learning would be a kind of blessing for sharing of expertise, and that will avoid a lot, the kind of scarcity of experts, recruitment, and all those things. So these are the very, very useful part, and I would say that we are in a kind of age of ICT. I mean, you can think about Google, all of us we use, and posting approximately 30 trillion pages, 30 to 10 to the power 12. I was told, from the statistics I saw that 2 million pages are added every day. And once I assessed in my subject, approximately 3,000 to 4,000 pages are added every day. If anything we can think without any hesitation that this is the age of information revolution. There cannot be, we never, from the time we could think about ourselves, we never could imagine that information access would be so easy. Some of us while in meeting also try to find out some clarification and all that. Just think it over. We couldn't think ever. So with all that, it was a great pleasure for me to participate in such a wonderful session. I thank the organizer, and we were blessed specifically by the Honorable Chancellor of this one university and Vice Chancellor for more than 30 agricultural university. What could have been better audience and participant is a treasure of knowledge. So I thank you very much, and thanks the panelists, co-chairman who did a very, very wonderful job by giving a very good input. Thank you very much.
Honor, and I've been given the work of proposing the vote of thanks for this session. Before concluding this session, I request Dean Agriculture Sir to please present a memento to the chairman. Honorable Vice Chancellor to present a memento to the chairman. I request to present a memento to the co-chairman, Dr. N. Pandey. So again requested to present the memento to the panelists, Dr. K.K. Singh, Dr. P.M. Chauhan sir, IN Singh. And Dr. Indramani Mishra. And Dr. Anil Kumar sir. The Director BIET Jhansi for clarifying the role of innovation and consciousness in using innovation, especially in agriculture. I also thank to Dr. Anupam Mishra for providing valuable suggestions on blended technology coupled with its effective use in agriculture. I also thank to the panelists Dr. Indramani Mishra for giving information in detail about the drone technology, and Dr. K.K. Singh also, who explained on the integration of AI and machines. I also thank to the other panelists, Dr. P.M. Chauhan, Dr. I.N. Singh, and Dr. Anil Kumar. Thank you one and all.
फोटो निकाल मुकेश भैया क्यों अंकल जी क्यों मुकेश भैया फोटो निकाल दो खड़ा कर दे
Not that they are taking money. Private universities have gone in the process of not taking 1,000 crore, but getting that tag that they are among the institutions of excellence. Not only that has been given to them, and they had already उसमें condition लिखा कि private university को government पैसे नहीं देगी.
मेरा सबमिशन ये था कि हम प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी को अपना कोई ऐसा कॉम्पिटिटर या अपना क्या कहते हैं सेकंड अपोजिशन न समझे। ये अगर सर्व शिक्षा अभियान की बात है, सबको शिक्षा चाहिए, सब एग्रीकल्चर को हम आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, तो दूसरी यूनिवर्सिटी अगर आ रही हैं कुछ उनसे सीख सकते हैं, कुछ उनको सिखा सकते हैं। कहीं ये भी तो देखना चाहिए नेशनल लेवल पर होल एजुकेशन सिस्टम को देखना, तो कहीं कुछ से शुरू कर सकते हैं जहाँ की एक ओपन करने की बात है कि हम अगर और दूसरे आना चाहते हैं तो वो कंप्लीट करके उस लेवल पे है तब हम उनको इंक्लूड करें। एंड वन क्राइटेरिया जो आप कह रहे हैं कि अगर हम उनको एक्रेडिट किए हैं तो एक्रेडिट किए हैं तो व्हाट इज हार्म के आप आइए और जो है एसोसिएशन में हम आपको एक क्राइटेरिया फिर भी बनाने सकते हैं। So many, sir. So many.
Part of the whole education system.
Yes.
Very where that way they are producing their videos and they are going anywhere where they can compete. Question ये है कि I mean there are very different content निकाले कि जल्दी क्या आएगा नहीं, but उसमें ये है कि if you are going to get into that some process of selection, क्योंकि अभी भी आपके door close नहीं है. They are getting projects, they are becoming part of things, they are becoming part of positions of eminence
Yes.
to receive that recognition.
Country has accepted them.
Has accepted.
Yeah, that is
Therefore,
important.
I think it will be good कि हम उसको करते हैं because even ICR is quite hard in accrediting them.
That's true.
But if they have cleared that test and they have seen the facilities and all that, and some of the universities are really good.
That's true.
That आप जाके देखें some of them and many are really bad. So that way even in our I mean here we can
Government
say
will go
when the public sector institution you can see how systematic bad they are and all that, but that's not the question is. Let us give some entry somewhere to those who have really done that kind of thing. They have passed
Only
that
to
test.
outstanding. Only to outstanding जिसका कोई criteria लगा.
हाँ यही एक criteria जो apparently you can see भाई और कोई तो है नहीं. आपकी इतनी हाई लेवल कमेटी जाके क्रिएट करती है ICR की. अगर उनको उन्होंने पास कर दिया and they have taken in their ambit of ICR to fund them to that whatever support, then we should also put in that system. So this could be one suggestion. I am either way, but I think एक ही हो सकता है because they are going to be anyway. They are there and they will be there. They are producing graduates. They are getting into system. They are competing. They are coming. Everything is there. But then you cannot take everyone, with lock, stock and barrel. So let us be very selective. And एक criteria ही हो सकता है which is subject to your.
So sir, once these universities, these private universities have been accredited, those students they become eligible to enter. So they would be in any case.
That's what I'm saying because only certain time they are then eligible for getting your ICR system admission and all that. So why not?
इस बार से तो एक्रीडिटेशन ही हट रहा है सर एडमिशन के लिए एक्रीडिटेशन विल नॉट बी ए क्राइटेरिया फॉर पुटिंग स्टूडेंट्स फ्रॉम ICR टू दैट इंस्टीट्यूट विल बी द क्राइटेरिया तो वो तो हो जाएगा लेकिन मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द एक्रीडेटेड यूनिवर्सिटीज आर इंस्टीट्यूट्स इन द प्राइवेट सेक्टर आर mainly dealing with the UG programs. They are not talking about the welfare of the farmers, they are not talking about the welfare of the agriculture, only they are the industry for giving the degree. Majority, I am not telling all, but majority are there.
तो उसमें क्या होगा सर अगर उनको यहाँ बुलाएंगे उनको हम गाइड कर सकते हैं तुम्हारा जॉब ये है रादर उनको मतलब अनटचेबल बना कर रखने की बजाय टचेबल बनाना
नहीं एसोसिएशन में उनको नहीं आप टचेबल नहीं आप उनको बाहर से गाइड करिए जैसे ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग हम करते हैं ICR करता है दे इनवाइट देम एक्सक्लूसिव फॉर प्राइवेट सेक्टर आल्सो वी मेंटर देम
यहाँ वो सिर्फ अंडरग्रेजुएट है ना वो तो हम कर सकते
यस यस
that we are not considering anyway.
Yes.
It is only for those universities who have well established
complete
system. Everything.
हाँ ये है वहाँ तो कोई मतलब जस्ट लाइक
तो ये भी रखिए जो यूजी कर रहे होंगे मतलब आप क्राइटेरिया बनाइए पूरा जिनके पास एजुकेशन सिस्टम है जैसे हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज की तरह है और एग्रीगेटेड है देन दे में बी कंसीडर्ड नॉट वो भी नहीं जरूरी है कि वो दे ही जाएंगे अप्लाई करें फिर यहाँ
उसमें मेरे ख्याल से वो भी लिख देना चाहिए सर हमारा यूनिवर्सिटी का जो मैंडेट है टीचिंग रिसर्च एक्सटेंशन those private universities who are following all the three mandates in equal terms like us only those should be encouraged.
Following means they all of them.
Because many of the private universities sir, they may have research and teaching.
If to their objective and they will say teaching research and
they may not have extension like us sir. No, it may be research.
That is because you have very few. We have जो कि they are exclusively agriculture private university. You are all full agriculture university. वो तो और चीजों में करना agriculture उनका थोड़ा सा जो देखते हो करना है. But what has been said जैसे अगर उनके पास full credit सब courses कर रहे हैं वो ICR ने उनको agriculture part दिया accredited. So can you think of doing that or not?
No, ICR is accredited only for the education part. Not the
no, ICR has declared as an institute. That time university का
यार स्पेसिफिक कोर्स और प्रोग्राम भी लगाता है तो केवल हमें लगता है स्पेसिफिक प्रोग्राम के लिए उनको एक्रेडिटेशन हुआ है फुल प्लेज सभी नहीं करेगा
सर मेरा एक्सपीरियंस
to one level the private university will be little bit you can say more considerations required More analysis may be required. And since we are considering number today,
वो मैं कहने जा रहा था कि
we have a committee.
committee are what I was saying कि I was able to say that because now this issue has been raised, flagged. So we may not take a decision here.
Sir, what we can do, we can form a committee.
You can put in the next budget meeting, put as an agenda, or a committee can even work and give that to the IAEB.
Committee can constitute and committee can bring the report in the next meeting. Yes. Whenever you are at large.
मैं भी पांडे साहब से सहमत हूँ सर। हमारे गुजरात में मैं ये चीज़ें काफ़ी सालों से डीलिंग कर रहा हूँ। अभी भी एक उनकी तरफ से एक क्वेश्चन आया टू फॉर्म है एग्रीकल्चर एजुकेशन बोर्ड स्टेट का, ताकि सभी चीज़ें जो हैं वो थ्रू दैट उसमें इंडक्ट, लेकिन हम भी उसमें थोड़े अभी रिलेक्टेंट हैं कि दैट काइंड ऑफ एजुकेशन बोर्ड ऑलरेडी वो कन्वेंशनल एजुकेशन के साथ है, ये गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और एज वेल एज थ्रू द प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी ने शायद पुट अप किया होगा।
So to form a board and they should consider this.
Then similarly that kind of situation will also come.
Punjab is already doing, sir. Punjab has already formed and they have the separate society for doing all these things.
अलग अलग स्टेट का सर अलग अलग अनुभव। हमारे महाराष्ट्र में तो गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन से भी कई ऐसी अच्छी प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन आ गए। मैं उस व्यू में था सोच रहा था, तो इससे कमेटी बना करके
जल्दी करने की भी वो नहीं है।
और गवर्नमेंट डिसाइडेड की है कि प्राइवेट इंस्टीट्यूशन को हमें बढ़ाना ही है, क्योंकि सरकारी इंस्टीट्यूशन से पूरा एजुकेशन हम दे नहीं पाएंगे। इसीलिए 5 साल 4 साल पहले ही कह दिया कि हम 5 इंस्टीट्यूशन एविडेंस उनसे लेंगे, 5 इनसे लेंगे।
तो जो गवर्नमेंट अपनी अलग अलग गवर्नमेंट ने दे हैव गिवन देम दैट एजुकेशन। नाउ क्वेश्चन इज वेदर वी शुड टेक देम हियर इन आवर गैम्बिट राइट नाउ और
कमेटी बना करके
भाई साहब से अभी हम इसको थोड़ा वेट कर रहे हैं, बट लेट दिस इशू हमने कहा आज नहीं कल तो नहीं है, देखा मैंने कुछ, बट उसके लिए भी लेट अस हैव सम काइंड ऑफ रिव्यू।
Arvind sir, proper issue would be like the issue of the IAEA discussing, and if the members are agreeing, then let them form a committee. Because I think this needs to be approved by the general body of IAEA.
That's what that is the position. You take it up to your and लेके वहाँ committee बना दीजिए and let them then review it.
और वहाँ जो है अपना जो एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन यूनिवर्सिटी है कि वहाँ भी प्राइवेट बहुत प्लेयर है, तो उसका भी देख करके उनका स्ट्रक्चर वगैरह तो वो स्टडी अगर हम करके करते हैं तो एक सर जो इशू कल डिस्कस हुआ था जो कि बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट एंड बर्निंग इशू है, जो कि एग्रीकल्चर को डिस्ट्रॉय करने की बात हो रही है पूरे सिस्टम को, कि एग्रीकल्चर अलग है, रिसर्च अलग है, एजुकेशन अलग है, एक्सटेंशन कहाँ से आ गया, इस तरह की चीज़ों पर सर एसोसिएशन की तरफ से एक स्ट्रॉन्ग रिजोल्यूशन विथ मतलब कि इफिशिएंट रिकमेंडेशन देना चाहिए। सर कल जो बात हो रही थी कि भाई जैसे एजुकेशन है और एजुकेशन, इसलिए तो हर जगह एजुकेशन है सर, डायरेक्टर एक्सटेंशन एजुकेशन नॉट एक्सटेंशन।
Also they say KVK also extension for their purpose. They are telling that KVK should be disintegrated.
I think there are two things. ये तो बहुत दिन से has been being debated for a long time. You know, extension is not the responsibility or part of the action. Even we say that the extension is not our responsibility. We are there as a pilot extension worker to demand certain technology which can be taken off by the state department. यही हमारा function है. Which is still maintained. As far as extension education is concerned, I think there is no challenge on that you don't teach extension. ऐसा तो कहीं नहीं है।
वो मेरा कहने का मतलब नहीं है। Let me elaborate a little bit. There are 3 functions. One is teaching, one is research. So there is no doubt about these 2 are to be done by ICR and ICR is checking out. But the extension, what ICR extension is, we call in terms of extension education. Because our extension is not a kind of general extension, we call also a frontline extension we call it extension education. So this extension education is going in the form of KVK. And those bureaucrats and also many at the state level and central level, they say that this extension education part should be also given to the development department and ICR should be away from it.
I think उसका ये I think now I understand. इसमें क्या है? It has nothing to do with extension education or the bureaucrat anybody is talking. They are saying extension education as such remains very much integral part of the ICR system. This is only a question of taking over all KVKs. इस पर कभी-कभी उनको कष्ट होता है कि ये KVK जितने कर रहे हैं इनको कभी should become part of extension, should become part of agriculture development department. ये कई बार issue हो जाता है, but I think that again is, as I said, extension education, research भी करते हैं उसको भी demonstrate करते हैं, extension education करते हैं उसको भी demonstrate करते हैं through KVKs. That is what we have. I think nobody should question that. That we should strongly oppose. But extension को अलग किया जाए education ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Focus वही KVK and वो.
नहीं सर क्वेश्चन
कल इस पर बहुत डिस्कशन हुआ सर.
क्योंकि बिहार वहाँ उत्तराखंड गवर्नमेंट ने कहा कि भाई रिसर्च तो ICR का काम है, यूनिवर्सिटी का काम है टीचिंग करना, आप केवल टीचिंग करो और एक्सटेंशन काम है डिपार्टमेंट का करना. तो आप केवल यूनिवर्सिटी टीचिंग के लिए बनी नहीं. So they are trying to at different levels, bureaucrats are trying to disintegrate all the three functions which came through land grant better system in our country, and universities are built up on that system. So let us concentrate on this, and a strong resolution is requested from this body IAU in the form of a policy document that if you are disintegrating this, because like other technologies which are coming from medical or other sciences, those technologies are not practiced by the farmers. But in our case, whatever technology we do, farmers also innovate in them. So they are almost partners in the development of technology also.
So ये question हमारे यहाँ भी आया था.
Those technologies,
हमारे
even those technologies come from other non-agriculture, let's say medical or engineering, are also practiced. They are not practiced on the farmer's field, but they are practiced in commercial institutions and engineering institutions wherever we have that commercial.
वो मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ सर. मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि हमारा क्लाइंटेल फार्मर है, जो एक टेक्नोलॉजी हम बताते हैं ले जाके उसमें भी इनोवेशन करता है, वो he becomes also a kind of researcher and practitioner of that technology. लेकिन कोई दवाई देता है, दवाई मेडिकल वाला देगा वो तो हम लेके खा ही लेंगे ना, वो तो कुछ हमें करना नहीं है. लेकिन हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी में जितना हमारा योगदान है आगे बढ़ाने में, उतना ही किसान का भी योगदान है. इसलिए this kind of integration of three functions which our system of universities have, education university, that should continue, unlike it is not there in other systems.
That is true. तो हम भी कह रहे हैं भाई. But I am saying कि आप इसमें because वो inside crux वही है, वही इतना बड़ा है जो 600-700 KVK है, ये सब है, that is the more of consumption जिसे कहते हैं ना. But actually ये जिसको आप कह रहे हो करने में इसको तो you write any strongly that is agreed. Where they are integral part, they will be very integral part. Education आपको ही करना है extension, अगर उसको on a very small scale if you are demonstrating those things what we have achieved in education is our function also. वो तो रहेगा ही.
हम तो कह रहे हैं वो तो कहने नहीं होना चाहिए ना सर.
सर ये सिस्टम जो है कई अरसों बाद ये बना है, एक दिन में तो बना नहीं है. जो आदमी सिस्टम को नहीं समझता है जानता है वो वहीं से डिफाइन करने लगता है सिस्टम, और वो सिस्टम को बिल्कुल डिस्टर्ब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है. ऐसे एक रिजोल्यूशन इसलिए यहाँ होना चाहिए. अब ये भी चल रहा है कि जो है ना कैसे 2 साल 4 साल 5 साल में पूरा जो ग्रांट है वो भी ऐसे इसका बंद हो जाए. तो अगर इस तरह की चीज़ें चल रही हैं तो मतलब कि until unless we put a complete recommendation for such kind of why it is so important, तो हम लोग को एक इस तरह का एक रिकमेंडेशन होना चाहिए.
इसलिए कृषि विज्ञान केंद्र इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटी सिस्टम. सर आत्मा का साथ हम लोग को जोड़ने से नहीं, आत्मा फेल हो गया इसका मतलब ये उन लोगों का दोष है. ये लोग नाउ केवीके को देखा कि केवीके आर डूइंग वेरी गुड, दैट्स व्हाई दे वुड लाइक टू टेक इट टू द डिपार्टमेंटल एक्सटेंशन मिशनरी. But the specific Kendras are the integral part of the university system.
They are also not doing go by that, all the 600, 700 KVs are doing very good. There are KVKs which are doing very good.
Yes, yes.
And you say by and large they are able to demonstrate the practice and do all kinds of
Yes,
things.
yes.
That is fine. But ये issue जो है वही है, I think हम तो इसको एक pilot demonstration मानते हैं अपना KVK इसको. How can they separate it?
नहीं सर, सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है
इसके लिए जो रिकमेंडेशन करना वो लिखा है ना.
तब
That is fine.
my submission is that separating KVK from university system will be death of KVK.
Yes.
एक तो ये है क्लियर करके, क्योंकि नॉलेज फ्लो जो है
दूसरे कर्म का भी तो डेथ होगा, ये भी तो बताइए।
और दूसरी वही तो
केवल केवीके का ही डेथ नहीं
ICR के लिए भी बहुत बड़ा डैमेज है, बहुत बड़ा डैमेज है,
System
बड़ा डैमेज है।
System is only in one
नहीं,
line.
लेकिन हम लोग तो उसको यही कह रहे हैं कि भाई ये हमारा
ये recommendation है।
integral part for our pilot demonstration of technology.
Yes.
So this cannot be separate.
This cannot be separate.
तो लेकिन उसमें हम KVK तो नहीं लिख रहे हैं ना.
मतलब अगर हम ये लिख देंगे तीनों हमारे
As a
फंक्शन
whole
हमारे
set.
हैं and it should remain as integral with the ICR and SAV system.
नहीं तो वो तो
मैं एक क्वेश्चन आया था कि हाउ द एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज आर डिफर फ्रॉम कन्वेंशनल यूनिवर्सिटी, तो हमने वही जस्टिफिकेशन यही दिया कि एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज आर डीलिंग विद द थ्री मतलब कंपोनेंट्स, द एजुकेशन, रिसर्च एंड एक्सटेंशन, वो कन्वेंशनल में नहीं है। तो नहीं तो अदरवाइज सेम रूल्स रेगुलेशन सब कुछ वो पिकअप कर
that is where I have not really any other university.
एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी जो कन्वेंशनल हो रहे हैं ना उनकी बात
They are also dealing in those people. They are doing IITs ले लीजिए आप.
IITs वगैरह exceptional है सर, वो exceptional है
Central universities ले लीजिए like BHU. Now if you take, they are dealing in teaching, they are dealing in research. They are also taking the technology to users, whether it's a dental technology or it is a engineering technology or it is a pharma technology. उसके client अलग अलग हैं. They are testing out there and giving commercial. यही function वो कर रहे हैं, वही आप कर रहे हैं.
उनका कोई नेटवर्क नहीं है सर, we have got a very strong
नहीं, वो तो मैंने वही कहा था, घूम फिर तो वही आ रहा है KVK network.
They link from all.
We have
networks.
strongest
We have
network.
established a wonderful network better way.
उसके लिए तो मैं भी कह रहा हूँ that should remain only part of this.
उसको देखना भी स्ट्रांग वर्ड में डॉक्टर साहब लिखना है, लिख लीजिए एंड ये वर्ड ही सपोर्ट कर दीजिए। जितने भी स्ट्रांग वर्ड में लिखना है तो क्रिएट द वर्ड,
वो एक बड़े स्ट्रॉन्ग से जाना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो ये आ ही रहा है, ये तो बात पर
recommendation that is good. That kind of thing is going on. I think is also linked about why it's just taking something to go up. आप एक बना लेना.
The system as a whole intact.
Again, इसमें देखिए मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ, only that everybody will say, we are not saying that it is not your part. All things function remain with you. बस आप करो एक्सटेंशन एजुकेशन करो, आप रिसर्च करो और पढ़ाओ, ट्रेनिंग करो. Nobody is denying that. But question is उनका है कि जो इतना पैराफर्नालिया बना है, that should not be a part, hidden agenda वो है, that we should break.
Yes sir.
We should, that is our pilot demonstration plots or blocks or a system जो बना हुआ है, and with that going away, I think ICR will do a lot of things and that will now be very output.
और सर एक और भी है अगर सबमिशन के लिए कि ICR या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट शुड नॉट टेक कि ये जो स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी हैं उनको फंडिंग दे रहे हैं तो कोई बहुत बड़ा एहसान कर रहे हैं या दान दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो उनके रिसर्च आउटपुट है वो सब इनके यहाँ सारे यूज होते हैं। लार्ज सीड प्रोडक्शन हम करते हैं, नई वेराइटीज हम निकालते हैं, एक्रेडिटेड जो एक्रिप में वो सारी की सारी यहाँ आ जाती हैं। तो ये थोड़ी फीलिंग चल रही है आजकल, बचेगा तो दे देंगे, नहीं दे देंगे। पिछले पे कमीशन का 50% उनको देना है। पिछले उसमें डीजी साहब ने कहा कि फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने मना कर दिया, आप क्या कर सकते हैं, तो उससे होगा ही नहीं। तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए।
हम लोग सिस्टम में देखे हैं, it is not that we are very heavily supporting the state university authority, because उसको भी है projects and things like that, but हमारे जो project के ये है, these are very big support.
Very big support.
As a matter of fact, now in the system, उस तरह से गवर्नमेंट तो वो भी नहीं दे रही है।
तो वो जो पांडे जी भी वही बात कह रहे हैं कि
few states, बाकी में तो आप देखें ना, आप वो डे टू डे पर रह रहे हैं, डे टू डे सर्वाइवल है।
नहीं वो तो सर उसका मतलब
सर आपके ये सेम 75 lakhs contingency for 1 year for the last many years. 75 lakh per university for operational country. What is it? It's just missing 1 rupee, 2 rupees.
So एक्टिव एंड केस के सपोर्ट से ज़्यादा यूनिवर्सिटी मैनेज करती है। एक्टिव केस की वजह से ही मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी आर एबल टू मैनेज थिंग्स।
केस का स्टाफ जो है वो भी
सपोर्ट करता है सर, सपोर्ट करता है।
सपोर्ट जो है दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन टीचिंग, दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन अपने तो घर।
मेरा सर आपसे आप लोग ये लेकर के यहाँ तक आए, NARS should be given emphasis. ICAR university are not separate. ये मैं कहना चाह रहा हूँ। NARS National Agriculture Research System, that is important. और उसमें यूनिवर्सिटी और ICAR they are part of it, और एक दूसरे के साथ इस बल के
कहीं होता हूँ हमेशा ही कह रहे हैं।
Yes.
We don't say NARS, we say NARS.
ना NARS
वो ही लगा दिए उसमें। National Agriculture Research Education and Extension।
वो true sense में practice हो।
सर अभी
क्या निकला?
सर इलेक्शन बोर्ड होता है जो कि ICAR से डील होता है, तो NAC से वेयर वी आर कंसर्न, हम लोग को इससे कोई कंसर्न नहीं, फिर भी कहते हैं कि हम NAC से कराएं। हमारे राजस्थान स्टेट में NAC की बात कर रहे हैं, NAC कराइए, उसमें IQAC करिए। IQAC ठीक है हम लोग में करते हैं, लेकिन NAC से हम लोग तो नेशनल एक्रेडिटेशन बोर्ड हमारा एग्रीकल्चर का है, जिससे कि हम लोग होता है। तो सर ये कहाँ तक रिलेवेंट है, इसके बारे में क्या किया है?
Form also doesn't match to that.
NAC तो अपने आप फंस गया सर, इतनी इंक्वायरी और सब कुछ हो गई, UGC उसको गला पकड़ने जा रहा है, लेटर जो पड़े होंगे।
University and institution because that is governed by AICT and we are governed by ICAR. So in that circumstances, what will happen?
सबको काम करने दीजिए, कोई
started. In fact, इसके तो ये तो इससे very large debate. तो आप लोगों में तब लेके आए तो again taking that to
ये सर वो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन में तो ठीक, क्वालिटी एजुकेशन में तो ठीक है, IITs वगैरह दे यार, IIT वगैरह में तो क्वालिटी एजुकेशन we can ensure, but private institute,
but it's not like IIT. We are principally agree that you will have this kind of multi what you say. It is not only for IIT, it could be AIT. When I am saying your central universities हैं, आपके भी बढ़िया universities हैं, they are not IIT, they are NIIT नहीं है वो।
खड़गपुर में तो बहुत पहले
है IIT, मतलब जैसे BHU है IIT।
खड़गपुर और BHU में तो बहुत
खड़गपुर now going to have medical college. Now they are going.
तो ब्रांड है इसलिए प्रेफरेबल हो जाता है।
इस बार वो भी देखिए लार्जली उसी, मैं ही बताऊँ, मैं 5-6 साल से जो देख रहा हूँ नेशनल फंड, नेशनल फंड, very, you see most of the IITs, they are able to take good projects. हमारे भी साइंटिस्ट उनके साथ मिलके they are really able to deliver something very good. जो आप देखेंगे उनके जो टेक्नोलॉजी जैसे यही कंप्यूटर में है, उसमें है they have become part of our scientist component. The component otherwise scientists are not able to handle, they are delivering very well. It becomes a very comprehensive project. And अगर आप इसमें देखें project, a lot of money has gone to Delhi University, IITs, and central universities, which even state universities have not been able to, unfortunately, despite our, even my complete insistence, let state universities should come forward to take this national fund. So it's a huge fund, but वो project ही नहीं बनाते हैं तो reject हो जाता है first phase में ही, ये सब करके hardly get any project money that has gone to state. Such a big fund, 500 exclusive crore, 500 crore kept for this. And many, I mean private तो छोड़िए, बल्कि private में कह रहा हूँ, like I am putting, you know, this committee has taken 2-3 projects. Reason being, because they have had are very good retired scientists of IRI, the top, they are all there. If they make very good project with somebody in the, how can you refuse that? Comes in that.
सर एक पॉइंट है जो प्लेटफॉर्म पर वर्सेस से प्लेटफॉर्म ऑफ IAA, तो ये जो ARS के सर PhD एसेंशियल क्या है अभी?
तो इनिशियली इट वाज विद यूजीसी कि उन्होंने एसेंशियल किया था तो हमने भी कर लिया, अब उन्होंने तो हटा दिया उसको। तो हमने एक करा कि वेदर ऑल वाइस चांसलर्स दे एग्री विद दिस कि पीएचडी होना चाहिए एसेंशियल, या कहीं कहीं इसको उठाना चाहिए एसोसिएशन से कि भाई क्या हम पीएचडी उसमें एसेंशियल करके आर यू एबल टू रियली हायर टैलेंट, या हमारे अच्छे बच्चे चले जाएंगे कहीं दूसरे जगह सर्विसेज में, दे विल नॉट बी अवेलेबल फॉर एआरएस, और फिर आप सेकंड ऑर्डर लोगों को लेंगे पीएचडी करने तक कौन बैठा रहेगा डिग्री के बाद। तो आई डोंट नो। नो सर, पीएचडी नो, पीएचडी और नहीं पीएचडी कर दिया। तो ये मुझे लगता है कहीं कहीं
इस पर भी सर एक रिकमेंडेशन हम लोग का जाना चाहिए।
ये जाना चाहिए।
यूजीसी ने हटा दिया सर, जब ये डिसीजन हो रहा था तो जनरल अपने गवर्निंग बोर्ड में मीटिंग जो आईसीआर की हो रही थी, तो डॉक्टर साहब भी थे, डॉक्टर AK सिंह साहब, मैं भी था उस दिन। तो हम लोगों ने 2 लोगों ने अपोज किया सर कि भाई ये होना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि जो है ना पीएचडी में हमारे तो 4 साल में आते हैं बच्चे,
सारे प्रोफेशनल कोर्स होता है, 4 साल के बच्चे आते हैं, एमएससी करते हैं, और वहाँ तो बस अपना प्रोफेशनल उनका कोई कोर्स वगैरह तो होता नहीं है, तो इसलिए हम लोग का नहीं हो, फिर भी हुआ। अब इन द मीन टाइम यूजीसी ने सर उसको विथड्रॉ कर लिया, और हम लोग अब अभी लेकर के तो है, तो ये एक रेजोल्यूशन यहाँ से जाना चाहिए सर कि सिंस यूजीसी हैज ऑलरेडी लिफ्टेड सर, तो ये इसमें भी नहीं, अदरवाइज होगा क्या सर कि अच्छे अच्छे बच्चे सब बाहर चले जाएंगे, दूसरे सेक्टर में जंप कर लेंगे। अभी फर्स्ट बैच हो रहा है, तो हमारे समझ से अगर जाएगा रिकमेंडेशन, स्ट्रॉन्ग रिकमेंडेशन, तो अभी फिर डिस्कशन, फिर जीबी में इसको रेज करेंगे हम। अभी तक तो कोई ईयर नहीं बोला है सर, हटा दिया
कोविड
नहीं, अभी तो कुछ इस पर नहीं बोला है कि इतने दिन के लिए हटा रहे हैं, अभी बोले कभी नहीं होगा।
अब तो एक स्ट्रॉन्ग जस्टिफिकेशन है ना कि जब उन्होंने इसको इवेंट्स में रखा हुआ है तो हम क्यों ऐसे करें।
नहीं, प्रॉब्लम ये है ना कि एआरएस कोई 4 साल में बीएससी किया, फिर 2-3 साल में एमएससी किया, फिर 3-4 साल में करेगा पीएचडी, और फिर एआरएस का फॉर्म भर पाएगा तब तो वेट करेगा। अब वो फॉर्म भरने की व्यवस्था नहीं, तो उसके बाद उनका लाइफ तो एक तरह से नहीं चली जाएगा।
इसमें प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है ना सर कि अभी क्या हो रहा है कि जैसे कोई पीएचडी का स्टूडेंट यूनिवर्सिटी के हॉस्टल में या अपने नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट के हॉस्टल में, तो वहाँ से वो एआरएस की भी तैयारी करता रहता है, उसी में क्वालिफाई कर जाता है। अब क्या होगा पीएचडी करके घर चला जाए, फिर उसके बाद फॉर्म भरे तो वो प्रैक्टिकल ही नहीं है। इनफैक्ट व्हाई ही विल वेट, ही विल गो टू बैंक और सिविल सर्विसेज और फिर जिसको कहीं नहीं तो पाएगा वो एआरएस में आएगा फिर।
नहीं सर, particularly if you see in the veterinary science, 5.5 years is the BSc and AH, and 2 years are there, and 7.5 years में तो डिग्री मिलती है उसको। MBSc और PhD करेगा then going about 10.5 years, तो 10.5 years में तो सर it's not possible। पहले MBSc, that's why the minimum MBSc is there, not the ARS। ARS के लिए PhD कंपल्सरी करना है तो
एक सर IAU में ये एक कम से कम पॉलिसी पेपर कर रहे हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है डिफरेंट लोकेशन पर, अब तो ब्रेन स्टॉर्मिंग हो रहा है, तो पॉलिसी पेपर आउट ऑफ दिस हमारा अपना IAU का रिलेटेड टू अपने जो
लास्ट
एरिया है।
लास्ट मीटिंग दिस रिकमेंडेशन was
एक और प्रॉब्लम मेरे को स्टेट कमेटी में कहीं में प्राइवेट इसमें रखा हुआ है, तो हमारा प्रॉब्लम ये आता है कि उनको रिकॉग्नाइज करना या अप्रूव करना रिकमेंडेशन तो बड़ी दिक्कत है, लेकिन ICAR से कोई गाइडलाइन नहीं है उसके लिए अप्रूवल के लिए, कॉलेजेस नई कॉलेजेस को अप्रूवल देने के लिए।
आपके की
नहीं प्राइवेट को,
प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी को आप क्या अप्रूव करें, गवर्नमेंट से अप्रूव?
नहीं गवर्नमेंट नहीं है, हमको तो कमेटी बनाते हैं वहाँ पर, फिर उनका नहीं हमारे यहाँ पर पहले अभी तो थोड़ा अलग हुआ, लेकिन पहले ये था कि जो स्टेट एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं वो पहले उसको मॉनिटर करेंगे, मॉनिटर मतलब खुलने के लिए उनको वो देंगे, तो वी वर सपोज्ड टू बी कमिटी मेंबर। अभी तो नहीं, लेकिन मेरे हिसाब से अगर एक्रेडिटेशन की जगह अप्रूवल अथॉरिटी अगर ICAR होती है तो वो ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है।
वो ICR कैसे होगा?
प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज में तो
गवर्नमेंट आपको कभी देगी
एक्रीडिटेशन से ही परेशान है लोग कहाँ से चक्कर
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कमेटी है पर्सनल
एग्रीकल्चर स्टेट सब्जेक्ट ओनली
स्टेट सब्जेक्ट ही है, लेकिन जैसे BCI है, MCI है, ये भी तो स्टेट सब्जेक्ट ही है ना, तो वो उनका जैसे अप्रूवल बॉडी है प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज के, तो सम बॉडी
they all go through that. All these private universities also go through that. AICTE आती है उनकी।
हाँ, लेकिन अपने यहाँ तो एक्रेडिटेशन बॉडी है, अप्रूवल बॉडी तो है नहीं।
अपने पास स्टैट्यूटरी पावर नहीं है।
अगर आप नहीं कर सकते, you can't approve opening up a university in private university.
कुछ ना कुछ तो उस पे वो होना चाहिए ना, स्केल तो खोलने के लिए।
और एक प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी में
वो स्केल कोई डिसाइड ही नहीं कर पा रहा है।
जैसे BCI को स्टैट्यूटरी पावर्स हैं, वैसे ICR का स्टैट्यूटरी पावर नहीं है।
मैं वही कह रहा हूँ, वो स्टैट्यूटरी पावर जो है वो गैजेट नहीं है, ICR के पास गैजेट नहीं है, तो UGC के पास तो गैजेट है, वही कह रहा हूँ। UGC तो एक्ट है, UGC के पास तो एक्ट है पावर है, लेकिन
तो वही कह रहा है ना कि पहले ICR also tried quite a number of times that ICR should also have the same team as UGC has. वो अभी तक नहीं हुआ। उसके बाद we are going one step further that the ICR should give approval to state agriculture private university. Government देगी नहीं आपको। I mean not this government, the state government will not agree.
Sir, I can just share some experience. Sir, I can share some experience in MP. मध्य प्रदेश में लिखी very clearly अगर कोई यूनिवर्सिटी प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी को एग्रीकल्चर करेगी तो यूनिवर्सिटी से एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी के जुड़ने से होगा, but they did it. So the complaint was sent and said UGC has approved these universities for a multi-faculty university. So you cannot insist that your approval is required if they want to start agriculture.
They don't go for approval to UGC.
They have been approved for a multi-faculty.
Yeah, no,
so they
not
don't.
by UGC.
You
state government.
नहीं प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करो
सीधी में बात।
अब तो UGC में जो इनका अप्रूवल है that is for a multi-faculty. So then you don't have to seek any permit from anybody for starting agriculture.
नहीं वो अप्रूवल डाटा वैसे है, लेकिन वही मैं कह रहा हूँ इक्विटी में मल्टी यूनिवर्सिटी इंजीनियरिंग अप्रूव बाय ICT, मेडिकल इज अप्रूव बाय मेडिकल काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया, एग्रीकल्चर इज अप्रूव बाय ICR, and then if you have pharmacy council, they come from.
खोलने के लिए वो कह रहे हैं कि हम खोलने के बाद एग्रीकल्चर तो बात नहीं, उनका सर ये था कि जो मैं मध्य प्रदेश का बता था कि वहाँ लिखा था कि अगर आपको एग्रीकल्चर शुरू करनी है तो जिस यूनिवर्सिटी के जुडिशन में वो एरिया है वहाँ
वही हमारे भी वही थे। नहीं सर, हमारे भी है, हमारे जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है तो उसमें किसी को
आप मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट फॉलो करो डॉक्टर, जो आपका मॉडल एक्ट है, मॉडल एक्ट का मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट आप एज सच फॉलो करो।
Sir, may I add something? In MP, there is one Niji Vishwavidyalaya Ayog is also there, so they are coordinating all these things in addition to different accreditations. So that is their government has created one body.
Subject है मध्य प्रदेश में प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी अथॉरिटी।
सर हम लोग तो एक हमेशा बात करते हैं कि एग्रीकल्चर की स्टेट सब्जेक्ट यही कह के AICRP का नुकसान बहुत श्रिंक करते जा रहे हैं, यही गवर्नमेंट कहते हैं। ऐसे हमारा क्या कहता है, एक्सेप्ट DRFP यही कहता है कि एग्रीकल्चर इज स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, देन व्हाई वी शुड प्रोवाइड फंड्स टू स्टेट एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी। तो AICRP, अगर AICRP श्रिंक हो रहा है इसका मतलब रिसर्च श्रिंक कर, जो हमारा रिसर्च बेस है वो श्रिंक है। जब रिसर्च बेस श्रिंक करेगा, एक्सटेंशन बेस अपने आप श्रिंक करेगा। तो हमें इसमें टोटलिटी में बात करना चाहिए कि एक हमारा सिस्टम है, इट्स नॉट ओनली द KVK, we also have strong AICRP system and that has contributed, and because of that only today we can talk anything. Our values are filled, so some
AICRP तो आपका ही है
सर, ऐसा क्या मतलब shrinking, तो यही तो कह रहे हैं। FA ने क्या कहा, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी ने क्या कहा कि हम AICRP के थ्रू स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी को पैसा क्यों देंगे, इस पैसे को थोड़ा कम करिए।
As a coordinated project, nothing has to यूनिवर्सिटी से वो है, अब वो काम हो गई, वो तो अपनी कमेटी अपना रिकमेंडेशन गवर्नमेंट का है, वो तो हमेशा चल रहा है। इंस्टीट्यूशन कम हो रहा है, आप प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं, अभी कह रहे हैं इंस्टीट्यूट 10-20 बंद करने का को बंद हो रहा है, मर्ज करिए। ये रिकमेंडेशन आज
ये जो है इसका क्या व्यू है, ये तो कहीं से व्हाट भी है
वो व्यूज आप दो, वहाँ जाएगा ओवर एंड एवर दिस, वो तो आता ही है। बताइए और कुछ ऐसा मोबाइल में लग गए आप लोग तो फिर
नहीं सर, ये तो क्लियर हो गया कि
ये 2-3 चीजें जो आई हैं, इसको आप लोग राज पांडे और ये सब करके इसको आप लोग एक रिकमेंडेशन डालें।
वो सर ICR लेवल पे टेकअप किया जाए, यूनिवर्सिटी सपोर्ट
ICR लेवल पे आई है,
ICR लेवल ये तो आई
where to go to ICR, all these should go to government।
वो तो बात सही है, हम तो ICR की तरफ, हमारा तो पेरेंट यूनिवर्सिटी, हम वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मानते हैं और हर बार उसको सपोर्ट तो करते ही, लेकिन जो चीज़ें जो अभी आ रही है हमारे में भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से भी आ रही हैं, तो जैसे अभी क्राइटेरिया ऑफ दी, जैसे PhD की बात है तो UGC निकाल दिया, तो वही हमारे यहाँ पर अभी हम लोग भर्ती करेंगे तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई आप ICR का मानोगे या UGC का मानोगे, तो एक जो चीज़ें हर जगह पे ये क्यों फ्रॉड हो रही है।
आप अगर कंसेप्ट के लिए ICR का मान रहे हो, ऑल अदर थिंग्स आप UGC को मान रहे हो?
नहीं मान हमारे यहाँ
ये मानने को तो आप ICR को भी नहीं मान रहे हो। ICR is hammering model act for the last maybe 3 decades. You see the variation among model act in among universities, you will find from 0 to 100. कहीं ऐसे तो सारे अपने मन से कर लो, अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ वाइस चांसलर वैसे 3 आदमी बैठा कर लो, अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ ये सब कर लो। देयर आर यूनिवर्सिटी वेयर यू प्रॉपरली स्ट्रक्चर्ड कमेटी लाइक DG चेयर करेगा, एक गवर्नर का नाम नहीं होगा, एक्सपर्ट होंगे तो इमिनेंट, ये सब है। बट सीधी वेरिएशन सो मेनी थिंग्स, और उसको बार बार लेटर लिखा जाता है, सेक्रेटरीज को लिखा जाता है, ग्रांट बंद किया गया, ये भी बंद किया गया, उसमें भी कई पंगे आए, आप अभी तो रिलीज करिए, वी हैव ऑल सीन दिस। सो ये बट वो तो एक प्रोसेस है, चलता रहेगा। बट ये जो चीज़ें कही गई हैं, दीज आर वी शुड पुट
एजुकेशन एंड रिसर्च एंड
बाकी लार्जर इशू स्टेट
सिस्टम जो है वो तो
बहुत बड़ा इशू है।
एक IAU से एजुकेशन में जो ADG हैं उनका इनविटेशन जाना चाहिए। रियल काम करने वाले वही होते हैं। नहीं, इस बार गया हो सर, जब पहले नहीं जाता, पहले नहीं जाता रियल कुछ, क्योंकि पता ही नहीं रहता दूसरे लोगों को क्या कंस्टेंट है यूनिवर्सिटी। तो मतलब
उनसे पूछेगा बातें कभी
न पूछेंगे
भेज रहे
नहीं, जाना आना चाहिए उन लोगों को, दे शुड कम। ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट है सर, और उन लोगों के पास कांस्टेंट का पता रहता है कि रियल कांस्टेंट यूनिवर्सिटी में ये आ
कम से कम एक सेशन में उनको आना चाहिए।
यस हाँ सर, बहुत सारे कांस्टेंट है, उनको पता है और उसका सोल्यूशन भी वो जानते हैं।
नहीं, उनको आना भी चाहिए, तो ये जो 2-3 चीज़ें हुई है कि अगर इसको आप लोग बना लीजिए, there is no not agreeing on that, I'll agree, but the way you put it up, जैसे पहले इशू है इसकी एक्सटेंशन ये सब का तो इशू चल ही रहा है भाई, ये कहीं कोई आते हैं जो बिल्कुल there will be people in the same bureaucracy, I can tell you, they will say that this agriculture, KDA of ICR are doing very good job. किसी में कोई आ जाता है तो कहता है इतना बढ़िया का है, जिनको इधर तो निकाल लिया जाए या कर लिया जाए, because they have also not been able to do really perform the duty that they should have done otherwise as a development department. Even मैं आपको ये भी बताऊँ, लोगों की बिल्कुल थोड़ी सा आप देखेंगे टेक्नोलॉजी का है, KBKs are playing that role also even within this state. State की अपनी मशीनरी तो फिर वो उसमें लगी नहीं है, तो एक ही established structure है, we should not, not at any cost, we should see that it is abolished.
नहीं सर, लेकिन वही जिसको कुछ पता नहीं वो महंत बन करके लगता है प्रवचन देने, वो लोग प्रवचन कर रहे हैं।
ये आप करिए इसमें।
Sir, I want to raise one point. Sir, actually after PhD, we are selected as a teaching associate or teaching research associate, and we means after for permanent, we remain as a teaching associate for 4 to 5 years, but that is not counted after getting the permanent position. There is another issue. While the same situation with the private, means if one is selected in private, then his period is counting, but as a teaching research
उसमें कई तरह के हैं, देखो कैटेगरी।
अरे कभी काम
एक तो है कि somebody is kept on a job for 30, 40, 50,000. Somebody is selected properly and kept in the graded scale. कई तरह के वो contractual appointments हैं. Those who are put in that, their services is counted. But not on that, ये तो subject अलग है, I don't know कैसे नहीं
वो सर्विस काउंट नहीं होती, एक्सपीरियंस नहीं होता,
एक्सपीरियंस होता है।
हाँ वही experience और वही वाला सर्विस काउंट होता है।
नहीं सर, experience is
Only experience they count sir.
क्लियर गाइडलाइंस लिख के आता है कि इस स्केल में आपने काम किया है।
हाँ बस वो अलग हो गया।
तो दैट इज डिफरेंट इशू। लेकिन ऐसे जब जनरली फ्रेश अपॉइंटमेंट होता है तो ये होता है कि 2 साल का काम करने का अनुभव होना चाहिए, तो उसमें नहीं लिखा होता कि इस स्केल में किया है कि काम नहीं किया है। लेकिन हायर अप पे जब भी आप जाएंगे तो लिखते हैं कि इस स्केल में इतने दिन काम किया है।
जहाँ से ऐसा लिखते हैं वो तो काउंट होता है,
दैट विल बी काउंटेड।
जहाँ पे ऐसा लिखते हैं वो पीरियड
काउंट होता है। और यही रीजन है कि आपका एक ही सेट से कोई भी आदमी सीनियर पोजीशन में हमारे नहीं आ पाता है। दो दे आर इंटरनेशनल साइंटिस्ट, लेकिन वो इस स्केल में काम नहीं किए हैं यूजीसी वाले ने, सो दे आर नॉट गेटिंग इंडक्टेड इन आईसीआर सिस्टम।
इस यूनिवर्सिटी के एक्ट में एक एडवांटेज है, इस यूनिवर्सिटी के एक्ट में एक एडवांटेज है कि जो ये टीचिंग एसोसिएट की बात कर रहे थे, तो हमारे जैसे एक एज लिमिट 40 इयर्स है, और किसी के अगर 42 भी हो गए, अगर वो टीचिंग एसोसिएट है तो जितने पीरियड से टीचिंग एसोसिएट है उस पीरियड का एडवांटेज उसको दिया जाता है, बेनिफिट दिया जाता है। यस, he is eligible at that time, अगर 42 भी है तो बहुत बड़ी चीज।
ये लिखित में है।
हाँ
अरे तो हम लोग को भी दे दीजिए, दूसरे का फायदा हो जाएगा।
हाँ ये भी किया करिए।
यस सर, गुड प्रैक्टिसेस जो है दूसरे को फायदा हो जाएगा।
इससे सर कम से कम 5 साल तक का फायदा हो सकता है, 45 तक का है।
गूगल में डालिए
और वोमेंस के लिए अलग रिजर्वेशन है 5 इयर्स का।
भी आप लोग जब बैठते हो सब कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी जब ऐसे ऐसे चीजें पास कर रखी है, वोट दैट एज एन एग्जांपल टेक द केस। चलिए आगे और बताइए कोई और इशू, अदरवाइज वी कम बैक एनीथिंग एल्स। ये दो तीन तो हो गई चीजें, बाकी
सर अब तो इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट्स मुझे लगता सारे हो गए हैं, बाकी
नेक्स्ट नोटिफिकेशन कर दो। हां नेक्स्ट नोटिफिकेशन इट इज ऑफ
आगे हुए एंड वेरी डिस्टिंग्विश्ड डॉक्टर के सिंह जी, डॉक्टर पी दास जी, डॉक्टर पी एस द्विवेदी जी, डॉक्टर इंद्रमणि जी, डॉक्टर पी एस पांडे जी, डॉक्टर जानकी राम, डॉक्टर अरुण कुमार जी, डॉक्टर रेड्डी, डॉक्टर चंद्रा, डॉक्टर चौहान, डॉक्टर पी सी देका, डॉक्टर पांडे, and all those colleagues who are here from outside, very senior, you can say, professionals in the field of agricultural sector, and those who have been at the policy level, they are here, and we had a wonderful 2 days of discussion, and not only the working time but off time also, while taking dinner, while taking lunch. Many of the issues which we are discussing just now, they were discussed at length, and some ideas were emerged there itself. Those who are going to be quite crucial for the NRS system in our country, and I am very much sure that the wisdom which was here from all universities across the country, that will bring a focused activity in our entire, you can say, domain of working. The theme of this brainstorming session we had kept purposely for innovations in natural resource management. And in the inaugural session also I said that while preparing the concept note, we had an idea that in NRM sector, whatever theories and philosophies are there, but at the same time there are many models which are emerging at the local level. And NRM is one thing where you can say practices and all those standards are regulated at the farmers level also. It's not that everything which we recommend the specificity, the same way all those practices are adopted by the farmers. So many things get, you can say, reassessed by the farmers in their own conditions and they make it up at their own level. And similarly we find that many of the water harvesting practices which we recommend, often we find that different kinds of approaches are being followed by the farmers their own level. Institutions on their own also have come up with many of the innovative ideas and models in you can say water harvesting, soil management, even all those residue management. And those we have been noting down here and there. So purpose was that all those innovations which are happening, it's not the basic philosophies and theories which we have been discussing all the time, but the basic, coming out of those basics, what are the practices which are actually being practiced at the local level and which have paid dividends to that part of the ecology. So that was the purpose. And I am thankful to many of you that you have come up with certain applications which are taking place in different sectors. And there are areas which concerns which have been highlighted here, right from the soil management to the soil quality, and also the water management, water storage, water harvesting. And to the knowledge of this house itself, I would like to inform that our university has got at this campus 200 acres of land, and about 1500 acres each under water harvesting structures we have created. And that is sufficient for the irrigation of the entire farm. So no external water is required here. So also, this is a model which has been brought out with this university. All underground, you can say, irrigation pipes are put up. So no external irrigation application, all precision level farms. So this kind of, you can say, model is developed here. See, when we talk about the natural resource management, basically we talk about the 5 elements, Panch Bhuta, on which focus has been given in this conference also. And when we wrote about all those, whether it was animal sciences and fishery sciences, we thought that what kind of NRM practices are happening in the management of those, because many places you go, many researches are happening, even on carbon emissions being made by the animals. We visited, some of you might be with me also when ICR sent a big delegation to European Union. And we could see that animals are kept in a certain places, and whatever urine, dung they are, you can say, putting it out, all were getting measured. The kind of emissions which were happening, all those were measured, and how it could be managed also, that was being measured. And that kind of, you can say, laboratory experimentation is not happening in our own place. The kind of intensive research program on, you can say, emissions and even water used by animals, we have thought that how much water is required for production of meat. So that is a concern. Similarly, in Netherlands, what we could see that it's a country which is below sea level. So water is not an issue. Irrigation water is not an issue, but drainage is an issue in that country. That how to drain out the water and then grow the crops. So in that situation also, I was amazed to find that they were trying to cultivate fishes using minimum of water. That how water use can be minimized while producing fishes. So these kind of researches are also very, very important when we talk about the fish and animal management. And if these kind of researches start happening in our country and practices start happening, probably we can bring the bigger recommendations and the farmers can also adopt that. we see that the way cow dung is used in our places is spread across, all the nutrients are washed out. And again I will cite, I think this was my third visit to Netherlands. First time when I went in 1997, there was a legislation that you can't apply cow dung by spreading on the fields because it will emit a lot of carbon. In that year 97 itself. And they had made a point that they used to call scientifically that you have to inject compost into the soil. You can't spread it. Inject means you have to just put inside the soil and cover it so that emissions are at least restricted. So these kind of research and applications are very, very important when we talk about the management of natural resources. And also very important that when we talk about the NRM related issues concerning plants and animals and fishes, genetic resources also, which can minimize use of all these resources. And on experimentation on all those also might be known to our own system that which breeds require what much of water and like that. So breed improvement and existing breeds also, you can say the earlier accessions which are quite climate resilient, finding them out, preserving them, conserving them and developing them again a part of the whole, you can say, genetic resource management. That will be also very, very important for our entire exercise. In the discussions, again carbon emissions were talked about. And again, I get reminded of a country like Bhutan, where electricity government is providing, and they say that we are carbon plus country. So there is no emission actually, there is no burning at all. By just providing free of electricity, everybody is cooking their foods and others with electricity, free electricity, hydroelectric powers are there. So similarly, the solars and others are very, very important to restrict all these emissions. Many other issues were talked about. Residue burning is one area where some exercise has already been done. 60 kVK started working on it in Uttar Pradesh, Haryana and Punjab. And what we could register that there was a reduction of almost 50%, 52% in the cases of burning in these three states. Through satellite mapping it was registered and it was a big achievement. But residue burning doesn't happen only in case of paddy. Other crops are also being burnt. Or if this also comes into practice, so conservation agriculture, whatever we have been talking about, Dr. Sharma made mention of it, that can also be facilitated through minimizing residue burning. That's also. Then tree was also focused by Dr. Dubriya in a new area, that agroforestry and all these concepts to be brought into the whole ecosystem. And that also somehow we could find that earlier it was more agroforestry, and when we started talking about agroforestry, it's basically crop production. All trees are going out of our system. When you go towards your own area such as Dowley and other, I went there last time in your program, I would find that thousands of hectares, no trees there. Only you will find rice and rice, all those rice beds. So, and earlier in the same area you will find sesame and all those plantations, and same time crops were also being grown. So these systems also somehow need to be put into place, what we have been talking about, and that will be do a lot of good to the NRM. Digital devices, again, a wonderful session went, the last session, and they are very important. New budgets are coming up, new models are coming up, and society has to catch it very fast, because things become very easier once you go for all these, whether it is drone, whether it is AI, and in agriculture somehow not much application has happened. Many things comes as a new, you can say, a tool exists for some time and goes away. But bringing into the practice on a larger scale, that again remains a challenge for us. And I hope that some of the institutions from our side, they should take lead on it. ICR did number of things. One project we started, Dr. Pandey Sahab also mentioned Kisan Sathi, and what the intention was that we will capture almost 600 districts which are there in our country. No, not 600, but rather now 700 plus districts are there. And then 6 lakh villages, 6 lakh plus villages, and from each village 10 farmers. So for 10 farmers from each village, all the, you can say, database will be captured on that system. We'll put on AI and all those applications, and through Digital India Corporation, we had an MOU at the national level, and they will provide the, you can say, technological support from back. And using all those technologies of AI, blockchain and everything, we will be able to capture the information regularly of 60 lakh farmers across the country. And it will be big data. We have made certain success. When I was there, we got registered 35 lakh farmers with their basic inventories about the land, cropping systems, the farming system, what they are practicing. So these models, see, it's ICR approach is a bigger one across the country, but at institution level also, if you can create certain kind of digitization and digital support systems, we can make a lot of headway, and that should take place in our area. There was certain mention made about these drones, and Dr. Mishra is an expert in that, and he is also heading a committee created by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. 300 plus drones were given to the ICR institutes, agriculture universities. This university was also benefited. ABK also 100 numbers, they got the drones. Application is an issue of drones, and somehow very hurriedly government rushed to implement this drone project. There was no training station, barring 1 or 2 in the country of the pilots, but the government implemented, and BM itself, he demonstrated at 100 locations in the country. And thousands of drones were flown one day, and it was brought at map in the entire country. Now, training, you can say, centers have been opened, the pilot training centers, and that is happening. But its application other than fertilizer and pesticide use, that will take little bit more time. Drones has to be supported with AI and all those systems. They can make a mapping of the whole, you can say, systems which is there in the field. They can even monitor the productivity and production losses. And somewhere on pilot basis, some governments have started. The governments like Dr. Janki Raman will be knowing, they are a little bit ahead of us from this part. And even Karnataka, they have done on a bigger scale. Even they have been able to map each coconut tree through GPS. And they know how many trees are standing in the state. But otherwise, horticulture production estimation is always estimation. You can't say that it's a real kind of figure which is coming at the national level. Because all scattered plantations are there. I have got one plant, you have got one plant, so who knows these numbers? And from where this productivity and production? So that way, these interventions and piloting in these interventions by institutions, having smaller projects, creating a kind of models of AI, robotics, and even blockchain will be very, very beneficial to promote these technologies. The other aspect which was mentioned by the director, Bundelkhand Technical Institution, he said that still we have got a lot of manpower, human power in our country, and he was trying to focus that whether we need all those very sophisticated technologies, only machine-made everything, and whether these manpower has to be utilized or not. So some mention also he made, and he is a technology man, he is from IIT, professor from IIT. So he is telling that we have got a large number of manpower, where they will go. So for them also we have to look into that, some engagement has to take place. And 100% automation might be beneficial as a technology, few people will be engaged, but where 140 crore people is there, technology development is very important. But engagement is also very, very important in a country like us, and our focus has to be on that part also. One mention was made about the vulnerability parameters, that what is the vulnerable district, and Niti Aayog made a, you can say, they identified few districts, 115, 117, aspirational districts. Aspirational districts means on 10 parameters they made. Education was also, health was also, agriculture was also one parameter, social factors also on 10 parameters. On that parameter you will find that some very developed districts have also come as an aspirational district. And it is hard to believe that what parameter you use, what indices you use, that it has become an aspirational district. How it can be an aspirational district? If it is so affluent, productivity levels of more than 40 quintals per hectare of rice and wheat, average 50 quintals per hectare, even those districts have come under aspirational district. Might be certain flaw in vulnerability mapping. Same is the case with our own NICRA districts. I find that where there is no vulnerability, they are mentioned as a high vulnerability districts. And we had number of debates with CRIDA in the past, and we said that you please develop vulnerability map, at least what we are seeing, the kind of range is happening there, the kind of productivity there, and you are telling it's a vulnerable district. Now one parameter is vulnerable. Soils are also good, productivity is also good, rain is happening there, and that district is declared good. So these parameters are very important when we measure, and I think we need to be a little bit more specific on these parameters. One again mention was made about we have to have an innovation environment in the universities and campuses. And some of our analysts and associates, I think, you mentioned, Dr. Divri Saab mentioned that there has to be environment of innovations. I find some of the institutions, they have got their own JTM, Human Technology Management Institution. Some have got innovation platforms, some have got incubation facilities. And somehow, I find that some of the state governments are coming forward now to establish incubation and innovation centers. Uttar Pradesh, recently I could find that 4 universities are going to get a project of almost 5, 6, 7 crore each on incubation facilities. IRI has got a good incubation facility. Producing one incubator takes a long time, maybe 5, 6 years to perfect one person. And continuous support from university and institution is required for that. If this environment we are able to create, innovation and incubation facility, its application is little bit less at the farmers level. Awareness, we say that awareness is not there, but what I can say, people are aware, but that kind of, you can say, consciousness is not there. It's the same way that if people know that I am ill and they don't go for checkup to the doctor. If a person, the farmer doesn't go for his own checkup, how you can imagine that he will go for the checkup of the soils and water and all those resources. But regular, you can say, persuasion and all those kinds of using mass media and others, when you can say legendary people come forward and they talk about water and other resources, how precious they are, people come to understand. Now, as we have been talking in the past about the crops which were neglected, and now people have started talking about the nutritional value of all those crops. So similarly, if waters become scarce, soils become almost depleted with the nutrients, people may, you can say, if we continuously keep on hammering, people can come forward. And rather NRM technologies, we had large number of awareness programs through ICR across the country, and I remember one day, even soil day itself, 4 lakh, 5 lakh farmers were, you can say, made aware every year, 4 lakh, 5 lakh farmers, and ICR got an award, Bhumitra award from Thailand government. For that purpose, only UN award through Thailand government. When a lot of awareness used to be created, for 5 years continuously happened. It has slowed down now, but it has to be taken up on a large scale on regular basis. अभी जो हमने 2-3 इश्यूज पे चर्चा किया, इस पर मैं बात नहीं करूँगा क्योंकि ऑलरेडी इस पे सब लोगों का मंतव्य है, एवरीबडी हैज एग्रीड, ये 3-4 चीज़ों पे को आगे बढ़ के आना चाहिए। इस रिकमेंडेशन में तो जाएगा ही, लेकिन मेरा एक अनुरोध रहेगा, आइए से कि आप इसको एक प्रॉपर फॉर्मेट में 1-2 पेज का लेटर वगैरह बना करके जो कंसर्न अथॉरिटी है उनको दीजिए, क्योंकि हम तो इसमें 1-2 लाइन 4 लाइन 1 पैराग्राफ लिखेंगे, लेकिन आपको पूरे इसके बैकग्राउंड के साथ IAU की तरफ से लेटर्स जाना चाहिए टू द हाईएस्ट ऑफ द ऑफिसेज कि हमारा जरूरत क्यों है इंटीग्रेशन का, तीनों टीचिंग रिसर्च एक्सटेंशन का, और क्यों इंटीग्रेशन हम करना चाहते हैं, और इंटीग्रेशन क्यों होना चाहिए जो कि दूसरे जो सिस्टम्स हैं उनसे अलग है और हमारा अलग रहना ही चाहिए। दूसरा, बहुत लोग तो ये भी कहते हैं कि IIT और बाकी ने तो नहीं माना जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी थी, हमने क्यों एकदम कूद करके एक्सेप्ट कर लिया, व्हाई नॉट वी थॉट दैट वी विल नॉट गो विद दिस न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, वी आर आल्सो सिमिलरली रैंक्ड and we are also professional ones, so this also need to be debated that what part of NEP we need to accept and what not to accept. Everything in totality, agriculture university can't accept what is there in other systems. And again I will request to IAU that जो कल भी बात हो रही थी कि एक पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट है जो एग्रीकल्चर के लिए जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए सभी यूनिवर्सिटी के कंसेंसस से बनना चाहिए। ICR तो अपना बना रहा है, लेकिन IAU को भी बनाना चाहिए कि हमें एग्रीकल्चर एजुकेशन पॉलिसी को कैसे हमें लागू करना है। सो आई थिंक सम clarity will come to all the institutions. So now I am closing. Thank you very much on behalf of the university and on my personal behalf also, that many of you could make it, and many of you I personally telephoned, requested, and despite of your busy schedule in different locations, you came here and you contributed very significantly for the success of this event. We are in new institutions and we are lacking facilities here. The stay facilities are not properly in place, and also transport and others you might be facing some difficulty. So all the excuses I will request from your side for that. And thank you very much. We will be in touch. Our relationship will continue in the form of various activities. Not only that one time we are meeting, and as rightly said by Honorable Chancellor Sahab, that whatever commonality can be brought in the functioning, and if there is some good practice somewhere, it should be shared with others and we can grow together. So thank you very much. Namaskar.
And the sustainable natural resource management, that means innovation part. And in that process we got the water and land, then we also got livestock and fisheries, we also had the climate and plant resources, and then finally the digital, so this very well spread. But how this have been a very clear example, like in Netherlands, if the water is below sea level, we have plenty of water, but still they are trying to grow fishes, trying to release how minimum water you use. So that's what I was saying that day. The whole concept of this particular seminar was to bring innovation for saving natural resources through all these technologies. थोड़ा सा उसमें हमको ड्रिफ्टिंग से लगा कि बिकॉज यू आर टॉकिंग ऑफ एनिमल इंडिपेंडेंट, क्या क्या किया हमने, कितना डेवलपमेंट हुआ, कितना हुआ, this or that was one thing. But we are saying that how your livestock management, fisheries management, that you should bring when you bring the recommendation in that tune. So we say that. I think that's important. दूसरा है that how we have where while we are making share all that we are saying, that makes a bias. So you can have 15 लोग बैठे थे, हम लोग चलिए ये नहीं रखते थे, we go to that. So that's a kind of, मैं भी चेक कर रहा था जैसे इन्होंने सबको लिखा है, and इसमें भी मैं कहता हूँ कि person like Dr. H. Singh, who must have pursued each one of you, so many of you have been able, otherwise खाली लिख के छोड़ दिए तो many of you might have even have done. So that we should see that we make it. Anyway, that's a general thing. Now, but the overall discussion has been very good. Across, right from we started from land and water, all that, and then with the technology, which Dr. Pandey said at the end, all the digital technology. ऐसा लगता है थोड़े दिन के बाद we also in the meeting itself was said, the coconut तोड़ने वाला भी रावण जा रहा है, हैं तो ये सब टेक्नोलॉजी जब देखे हो सकता है हमारे सामने खाना प्लेट में लग के आ भी जाए गूगल से so what I am saying is the agriculture that we had yesterday was very different than agriculture of today. And tomorrow's agriculture is absolutely, you are talking, everything is unbelievable and everything doable. जो भी आप कह रहे हैं वो कर रहे हैं. अभी भी आपको पेपर लिखना है, उन्होंने हमारे बारे में पोएम लिख के बढ़ा दिया. So you can, all those things are being put and then everything is in your hand here. You don't have to go anywhere. So this all will make you thinking that what you should do that it becomes. So therefore you have to very clearly differentiate between what is the technology and what is an innovation and then what are they going for startups and getting into commercial. And that's a chain you have to complete. And innovation is one which slightly hits you. We are talking very purposely it was designed to give you an innovation, not that technology or something, but I think we have to take that. And as is being said now with this modern advancement and digital technology, all that, the startups are coming, incubations are there, incubators are there, they are being trained. So I think every sign that will move up. And many things which are saying natural resources are now taken for granted. There is a very high level of degradation in all the sphere that you are talking, all the natural resources. चाहे उसको वाटर को कहीं भी degrading soil, degrading water, quality, glacier melting, temperature rising, anything that you name, everything is being done. Climate change. But this has been accepted and it is very well being recognized, acknowledged, and therefore we have to work around that. A lot of things have been done which are very useful in different sectors that we have. Now the question is how to make them an innovative technology for the challenges that we are facing now. चाहे वो कंजर्वेशन एग्रीकल्चर की बात करें, चाहे वो स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर की बात करें, इनोवेटिव टेक्नोलॉजीज की बात करें, हाउ टू स्केल एंड मेक इट एप्लीकेशन फॉर एवरीबॉडी एंड दोज हू आर रियली ग्रांटेड दे आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड एंड फॉलो इट, keeping in mind that we are not as literate as we have in developed world where everything is built up and equated because we still at a very low level of literacy as far as there is the farming communities concerned. So how to make them aware, how to make them understand so that they are able to really understand and take that whole process that we are. So that in that process I think we talked about at every stage. I don't have to repeat, a lot of things have been done by each and by the Vice Chancellor. Those things will come in recommendations. But we should really deal with all those things in totality. Whether we talk, in terms of soil productivity, you talk in terms of water productivity, you talk in terms of nutrient productivity, you talk in terms of energy productivity, or even human productivity. All these are becoming part of the whole system. All put together only will make your agriculture or technology innovative or sustainable. I think you have to work in isolation. We are not able to go and survive now. We all know that, and therefore it has to be handled in a way that we are able to really attack from all sides and then answer one question. Now many times we are saying that integrated farming system, diversification in agriculture, all conservation agriculture. They will answer all these questions that you are saying. But there is a lot of how and how to apply that is a big question. Integrated farming system saying we have seen the very high level production, very good ecology, building environment, building natural resource also, building fertility also, but then look to the product. To get the products, if you have very highly diversified system where you putting all kind of eggs and fish and livestock and even vegetables, the moment all of them produce goes on the road, then it is thrown on the road, nobody will do it. He comes back to the system that he has. So he says rice and wheat is good because that which you are able to do. So it's a kind of food chain. The whole system, food system has to be now accounted for. And that only technology. That is why I am saying now today's agriculture and tomorrow's agriculture are to be dealt in that sense. पहले हमने कभी बात नहीं किया नेचुरल रिसोर्स की, कभी सोचे नहीं पता. We kept on producing, we kept on doing, and then we are saying at what cost? Where is our status of natural resource? All that we are being questioned now. Anyway, that was the time when we wanted to do it, we did it. But I think all those things have to be addressed, kept in mind, and visualized as to how we are going to move forward. So in that process, whether energy, चाहे ट्रैक्टर यूज हो, चाहे मशीन का यूज हो, चाहे आपके टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज हो, आपके इंजीनियरिंग एग्रीकल्चर हो, स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर, whatever you talk, if you can talk, there are so many things that can be talked. But idea is that as an innovator of technology, are we able to take that and sell it? And if those who are taking it have that kind of effect in building their productivity, building their economy, building their income, all those things, and then at the same time restore ecology, restore your resource system. If that we are able to answer, I think that will be good. But I think I will stop here and say that let us bring out in all these recommendations that we have precisely, not very lengthy one, but at least a couple of pages. And then besides all that we have now, about this including private university and then PhD compulsory. These are also very important because these are going to affect the system in general and demoralize the whole lot. And they go out, move out to other places. And a very good sign that has actually, let me share that because we are also working in some areas in 17 districts through foundations. A very good sign that has lately developed. Now, very brilliant young, non-agriculturists, engineering and MBA, they have now entered into this thing. And they are there to buy product, they are there to market, help you, sending your product to चाहे वाइडर हो चाहे कोई उनके यहाँ तक हर रेट क्या बनाते हो करना बैठे बैठे कंप्यूटर and they have become a real good tool for farmers. Let us use that sort of thing that combination because some of the farmers are ready. I am telling you, ourselves did it, for last 5-6 years through our foundation. Now all farmers are exporting chilies and tomatoes and mango all to Dubai and all that. Through a Vida se milke, they create a network and unki aircraft ja raha hai Dubai. Now they are able to really channelize to that extent. And this has been all done by the NGOs. They took the lead, we promoted them. So that was not there earlier because jo kheti mein hota tha wahi karta tha. But now this has opened because of so many reasons, job nahi mila, log corona mein fase aur lag gaye, isme kisi product hai, usko leke process karna hai. So that also that avenue which will also use now. And that is a very win-win situation for them also. And they are running anything, whatever they can otherwise. They are getting just being at the place where they are. So I think let us realize all those things. The time is changing. There are not many more educated people. Bhakti or higher education and all that I will not comment because there is a comment in there. I don't know who said it, probably in the opening session, Prodar somebody, that we should have our national higher education policy in agriculture. I think I am surprised to say that I was the chairman of a committee which develops a national higher education policy in agriculture some 6 years back when Navin Kumar was the Deputy Director General. That was to go to Parliament, it's a report in the ICR, time and again it will be being reminded. And you will see more or less same thing which has all come in the Kasturi Ranjan report. But since this was so much highlighted because national education policy was policy ka prayog, हमने बल्कि जब भी मीटिंग में हुआ है, we have always said we take out that policy and see that all those things are recorded in that. And ICR has spent money. ICR, you must be aware of that part.
Yes.
You spent money and developed that report. Everything is mentioned, all these course, curriculum, this and that. And committee worked for about a year, maybe a year and a half, about 5-6 top vice chancellor and all that. And they have given a report which there in the ICR. It was to go to Parliament for approval, but for again, most of the bills are there. And here you higher education policy, I agree with, Ram Singh saying that why should we total, accept everything and start doing that. Now you examine that, Tej Pratap committee, I think they have done some kind of roadmap on kaise kare, that could be seen. But there is a report, there is a committee report. आप उसको भी देख सकते हैं and see that how that matches with the national education policy. तो ये सब चीजें हैं, but time है, रह जाता है, पढ़ गया अपना, it's not coming to life. So I think I'll stop here and thank you all for a very serious participation and your contribution. We value everything that you have said. They are all important. Now we have to look forward. And one word of caution I would like to put, which we are very lately feeling with a lot of pain, we should stand as a scientist. I mean, whatever we say, Otherwise, many things we have noted, whether it's a GM crop, whether it's a organic farm, whether it's a natural farming, so many things have gone. Itna scientific standards, but among scientists, you find there's a lot of variations that they are going away, and that is making us weak. So I think if you take a stand on the scientific found, then चीजें तो आएंगी जाएंगी, आप ये कहोगे तो नाराज हो जाएंगे, ये कहेंगे तो हमको नहीं मिलेगा, आप ये कहेंगे तो हम वाइस चांसलर बन जाएंगे, ये हम कहेंगे, these are very small things which doesn't come in mind, but you are very many things we are able to install, which you are very well knowing, very strongly that this should not happen. I mean, for information, you know that in all the, zero budget farming, this and that, we had a very national level meeting where everybody was there. Industries, planning commission, ministries, all of scientists, institutions, vice chancellors, this and that, they all made some recommendation. On the basis of recommendation, I myself wrote a letter to Prime Minister. And that this is what should happen, and this is what is the view of the national curriculum. अब उसको press में दिया गया, सब दिया गया, but somehow when we talk in our own, then we find that नहीं वो तो ये कह रहे थे, वो ये कह रहे थे, वो ये कह रहे थे, then we get lost. तो ये भी रखिए थोड़ा सा कम से कम we are ready talking of science and talking our own stand as a scientist. We should. I am not saying that you go this way. Go on the merit of what we have. There are trials, there are things right here. If you go to IRI, to prove all the 100-year data, old trial, 90 years, and KKC was also managing when I was there. You can give differentiate all those results and this and that, see what will be done and how that should happen. So ये हमारा आप लोगों से request है कि wherever you are to promote science, science is actually going to bring बाकी चीजें तो सब पीछे रह जाएंगी. And I think we have done enough. I mean, every one of you, the country has to recognize the agriculture scientists and the farmer. You are actually sustaining India. I can tell you. If no feed, no food, no security, then after Corona, फिर आप wash out हो गए मुझे country would have been heavy on us. But आज हम इतना सीना चौड़ा करके कह रहे हैं कि हम 80 करोड़ को खिला रहे हैं, कितने सालों से ये कर रहे हैं, where from this one? And even still, whatever challenges we are facing, it is despite the fact that you are not getting our share, which is due to us as a budget or whatever we call in the system. So इसको हम लोग ध्यान में रखें और करें, and I think wish you all the best. And let us take country on a different footing. Country is growing. हम तो अभी देख रहे हैं विरोध आ रहा है बगल वाले देश में क्या हो रहा है, वहाँ 286 रुपए का $1 हो गया है. Now imagine, and then they know food is nothing right in the next country, and we are much ahead of all those things. So I think that way we are all each one of them, they are wonderful. And let us hope for the best, and thank you each one of you.
The participants of this conference. Now at the end of this conference, it is my pleasant duty to propose a formal vote of thanks. First of all, we are all highly grateful to our beloved chief guest, our mentor, role model, Padma Bhushan Dr. R.S. Prodha, who graced this inaugural session of the 11th brainstorming session yesterday and blessed us all with his benign presence. Natural resource management has been his favorite subject. He has been giving more emphasis on this aspect than in fact his own parent discipline of crop improvement, and more particularly on conservation agriculture, as mentioned earlier. We are all very happy that Prodha Sahab accepted our invitation and made it to this conference. We are equally grateful to our beloved Chancellor, Dr. Punjab Singh Ji, who was present throughout this conference. In fact, he was here with us only less than a month ago for our convocation, but again he came to grace this occasion and shared his thoughtful ideas on natural resources. We are also thankful to our special guest, Dr. P.L. Gautam Ji, Dr. Rameshwar Singh Ji, Dr. A.K. Singh ji, the Vice President NAS, Dr. E. Das, our former DG Extension, for sparing their valuable time and embracing this occasion and share their valuable ideas on NRM. Our special thanks are due to our guest of honors, Dr. B.S. Devedi, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, Dr. J.K. Jana, for gracing this important event and sharing innovative ideas on NRM. We are all highly thankful to the Vice Chancellors of 18 agricultural universities, including horticulture and veterinary science universities, who accepted our invitation and made it to this conference, even under more pressing circumstances at their respective universities. We value their ideas and inputs on NRM for making recommendations on this conference. Thanks are also due to the deans and directors, registrar of 5 universities who participated in this conference. We thank the vice chancellors for nominating them. We are also thankful to the directors of ICR institutes, particularly Dr. V.K. Singh, Director PIDA, and the directors of our neighboring institutes, Kafri and IJFRA, and also the director of BIET, Jhansi, for their participation and support during this conference. I am also thankful to our worthy Vice Chancellor, Dr. A.K. Singh ji, who spearheaded this whole program and provided us all the guidance and support. In fact, he wanted things to be done in a very perfect manner. I don't know whether we have come up to his expectations, but we have tried. As he also mentioned in his remarks, that there may have been some shortcomings from our side, because this was the first one such highest level meeting we organized at this university, and despite having some resource constraints, we tried to come up to the expectations of our visiting dignitaries, and if there are any lapses, I think we take excuse for that and sure that in future we will do even better than what we have done now. On this occasion, we would also like to remember and pay our gratitude to our former Vice Chancellor, Professor Arvind Kumar. In fact, it was his desire to hold a Vice Chancellor's conference at our university during his tenure. But in fact, around this time last year, it was proposed that we will hold this conference. But Corona still being active during that time, and many other constraints at that time, we could not hold it. And thereafter we planned to hold it in September, then in November, and then in March, and finally we could hold it in April this year. So we acknowledge the contributions of our former Vice Chancellor. In fact, it was his desire that this model, this compact model of our university, is visited by other Vice Chancellors also, so that they can also think of replicating this model at their respective universities. My thanks are due to the authorities of Indian Agricultural Universities Association for selecting our university for holding this conference and also providing the financial support. I think a greater part of the finances for holding this conference have been provided by IAUA and other valuable inputs were provided by IAUA, so we thank them. I appreciate the efforts of my colleagues and staff at this university, particularly the chairman and members of different committees for undertaking assigned tasks. We have tried, this was our first such meeting, and there may have been some shortcomings. Some dignitaries may have faced some inconvenience, and we feel sorry for that, but we assure that we will take better care in future. We wanted to make a visit and stay at this historical city of Jhansi, very comfortable and memorable, and I hope that this objective to a very large extent has been fulfilled. And I am also thankful to the local press and media because as you have seen that very wide coverage of this meeting was there in the local press. So I thank them all. Finally, giving thanks to one and all, and I wish all our outside guests a very safe journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Every ending marks a new beginning, and as
Chancellor, RLB-CAU and former Secretary, DARE and DG ICR, Dr. Punjab Singh Ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, RLB-CAU, Dr. A.K. Singh Ji, Honorable Dr. A.K. Singh Ji, Vice President NAS, Honorable Dr. P. Das Ji, former DDG Extension, ICAR, Honorable Member ASRB, Dr. B.S. Dwivedi Ji, and all Honorable Vice Chancellor present here, Dr. Mishra, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Janki Ram, Dr. Reddy, Dr. Arun Kumar Singh Ji, Dr. Deka, representative of Vice Chancellor, Dr. Chauhan, and all other dignitaries present here. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all dignitaries and other personnel who made this brainstorming session of IAA a memorable success. Let me first of all start by giving glory to the Almighty for making this program a resounding success. On behalf of IAA and on my own behalf, I would like to sincerely thank our chief guest of yesterday's inaugural function, Padma Bhushan, Dr. R.S. Purodaji, for taking his precious time out and consenting to be here with us as a chief guest. We are very grateful to him for his gracious presence and thoughtful, encouraging words. We are also grateful to Dr. Punjab Singh Ji for being with us throughout this 2 days program and providing valuable guidance not only during these 2 days, but sir, we are getting valuable guidance always from you through different forums. Sir, your words of wisdom have always inspired us and enlightened our road ahead. Sir, we are very grateful to you. We thank Dr. P.L. Gautam for his kindness to be here with us, guide us, address the August gathering. We are grateful for his continued support in taking forward the mandate of IAU. Our heartfelt thanks to Honorable DDGs, Dr. J.K. Jaina, Dr. S.K. Chaudhary, Dr. R.C. Agarwal, Honorable Member ASRB, Dr. Dwivedi Ji for taking their time out for this program and valuable suggestions provided. We are also sincerely thankful to Dr. A.K. Singh Ji, Vice President NAS, and Dr. P. Das from former DDG Extension ICR for your gracious presence, sir, valuable contribution, guidance, and encouragement in all our efforts. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Rameshwar Singh Ji for his vision, commitment, support towards the achieving the objective of association. Respected delegates, Dr. A.K. Singh has been kind enough to host this brainstorming session at this university. He made outstanding generous provisions of facilities, logistic arrangements to organize this program. Sir, we are extremely thankful to you and team RLBCAU for excellent arrangements and wonderful hospitality. The IAEA is also thankful to former Vice Chancellor RLBCAU Dr. Arvind Kumarji for proposing to organize the 11th brainstorming session at this institution of national importance. We also congratulate him on receiving the Padma Award. We sincerely thank IAEA Executive Committee, Vice President Dr. Parvinder Kaushal, Secretary General Dr. Dakshinkar, Treasurer Dr. Kelawala, and members Dr. S.D. Sawant, Dr. M.R. Sashindranath, Dr. A.K. Karnataka, for their valuable contribution and unstinted support in taking forward the activities of association. Our sincere thanks are to Dr. A.R. Sharma, Organizing Secretary of the brainstorming session. The association also places on record the gratitude to all Honorable Vice Chancellors, Deans, Directors of ICR Institute, Dr. Amresh Chandra, Dr. V.K. Singh, Dr. Arunachalam, for their participation and sharing their experiences. We are grateful to you all, sir. The IUA is also thankful to all chairs, co-chairs, and conveners of all sessions. We thank all the chairpersons and individual members of various committees, personal staff of Vice Chancellor RLBCAU for their dedication and making nice arrangements for this brainstorming session. We are also thankful to good hearts who worked hard behind the screen. Thank you all faculty and of RLBCAU, students of RLBCAU for their support in organizing this program. Association is also grateful to ICR and DARE for financial support. Staff of IAU-CAU Secretariat at Delhi are also thanked for their efforts in organizing this meeting. Finally, I once again thank all dignitaries, Vice Chancellors, representative of Vice Chancellors, Director of ICR Institutes, RLBCAU officials, students. Thanks for attending and making 11th brainstorming session of IUA a grand success. Best wishes to all of you for your safe return journey. Thank you very much. Thank you all.